you. you who are physically present, but even to a great online team that is there, connecting from quite a number of cities, and we'll be able to tell you later on how many people are connected from different parts of this continent. My name is Reimagine, and I'm your host together with a couple of other hosts that we will be introduced to in a while in the course of the program. And really, we are so delighted that we found time not just to come, but be part of this great event that we are hosting today and tomorrow. Indeed, as we talk about Christian leadership, especially as we talk about living in a crisis and imagining the future, quite much has been said about crises, and we all know that crises are not anything new, especially in Africa. We are used to that. We have experienced it, and we continue to experience it. Whether they are caused by natural causes or by political events that are happening in different nations, or some that are health related, like Ebola, or the most recent crisis that has been caused by COVID-19. It's nothing that is new to us.
Sound yoyote kabisa, sina sound yoyote kabisa.
They disrupt our plans. They inconvenience
Sina sound. Sina sound from Black Magic. Hakuna sound inaingia hapa.
Things that will bring uncertainty, especially as you think about the future. So the question that we want to start conversations about is
Hiyo kamera inaflika.
how can African Christian leaders living in these very uncertain times be able to live and imagine the future, especially in an environment that has been significantly volatile, an environment where we are talking about uncertainty all the time, at a time when we are things are complex all the time, and when there is a lot of ambiguity in our environment. That's the conversation. And when I was thinking about this conversation, I remember a story that one time my father told me, a good story. The story is about monkeys, and most of you know about monkeys. So when it rains, they are rained on. And every night when the heavy rain, the monkeys are rained on, and they all say, tomorrow we are going to start building houses because we cannot continue in experiencing this kind of rain. So the night comes and the morning comes, monkeys realize we are very hungry. Let's go and look for some food. So they go looking for some food, and then the whole day is spent, and they come back. And at night, then the rain starts again, and the same conversation happens. Tomorrow, when it happens, start building a house. That's why are still the question that we have ourselves: crisis will affect us, especially. We actually learn from, help us to start, and tomorrow we will look at action. A crisis, like we need that story. That's the kind of hope that just by the strategies and plans that we put in place that will allow each one of you to actually be part of this conversation, so that moving forward, we start asking ourselves, how can we be the solution to the problems that this continent faces? We can be part of the solution to the problems that Africa faces. And I stand here on this pulpit and this podium to say that Africa's problems will find solutions by Africans themselves. We have great friends outside of the continent, but we are also convinced that we know where the shoe pinches most. And so we are the best people who are placed to address these uncertainties and be able to deal with these issues that we are dealing with. So this conference is hybrid, so we focused on just getting a few people physically here, but we have quite a number of people who are connected online and following these proceedings, and from different parts of this continent, because it's a continental-wide experience. And just to give you a history, a couple of years back,
we had an opportunity to do a study that we call the Africa Leadership Study. And the whole idea behind Africa Leadership Study was to find out, is there any impact of Christian leaders across the continent? And the results were amazing when we were able to get the results out of more than 8,300 surveys that were done in 3 countries. Kenya being one of them, representing the Anglophone. Central African Republic being the second one, representing the Francophone. And then we had Angola, representing the Lusophone, or the countries that speak Portuguese, as the third country. And we had overwhelming data that was able to prove that Christian leaders are making such a significant impact in the continent of Africa. But hardly do we get to talk about it. More often than not, we talk about politics and politicians, and that's what is profiled by our media houses and all that. And so the question is, how do we get to that point where we start appreciating and recognizing that the church is doing an amazing job in this continent, that the church leaders are doing an amazing job in this continent, that the professionals who are out there are doing an amazing job in this continent? Where do we begin profiling that so that our voices can stand out? And when we speak, then we speak from a point of authority, saying, this is what we have done, and we have empirical evidence. Because sometimes it's difficult when you go telling people what the church is doing. And I'll just give you an example of Kenya as I bring us to start our focus today. Think of Kenya today and think of if the church pulled out of the education system. What would be left of it? Think about Kenya and think about our health care. And if today the church said no more health care and pulled out of it, and go on with many other of the economies, the other sectors of the economy, and you'll be able to see it's just that we have not been able to profile. So we want to have this conversation starting today and moving forward, and we'll share with you how this conversation will move beyond just these 2 days and keep this conversation going and asking ourselves, is our impact being felt? Is there more that we can do? And the beauty is, for those of us who are Christians, we don't do this so that we get the glory and we can get a political office. We do this for the glory and for the honor of the Lord. And so that is what we want to do for 2 days. The first day, we will be focusing on the whole ideal of leading in a crisis. When you find yourself in that crisis, what is expected of you as a leader? How should you lead? And how best can you lead in a way that really will give confidence and hope to the people that you're leading so that they have trust that you're able to move forward? So that's the conversation we'll have today. And we'll have our keynote speakers we'll be listening to in a short while. And we'll also have great panelists helping us unpack that. Then the second day, which is tomorrow, again for 3 hours, we'll sit down and talk about when you find yourself in a crisis, how do you reimagine the future? How do you start thinking of a great, brighter future ahead when nothing seems to be working at that moment? Think of a situation, for instance, when we were under the lockdown, under COVID rules. No movements were happening beyond certain counties. So even if you are doing business, you couldn't possibly find it very easy to go out there. Churches were not connecting in person. And all these other conversations that were happening then. How do you start reimagining being out of that situation? And we have great speakers who will be helping us to be able to unpack that. And so I want to be able to submit to you that we will have 2 great days. We will have 4 keynotes that will be brought to us from this podium. We have 4 panels that will be happening here, and just a lot more to help you digest this in an easy way that helps you to just go through this and ask yourself, what's my role when I'm leading in a crisis? And secondly, how do I go beyond just leading in a crisis and start thinking of a better, bigger, brighter future for my organization, for my church, for my community, wherever God has placed you to lead. So without taking so much time, allow me at this particular moment just to pray for us and just get us into that moment where we start and tell God, thank you for allowing us to connect here, but at the same time asking him to give us wisdom as we have these conversations and just interact with one another. Shall we pray? Heavenly Father, we thank you for the privilege that you've given to us to gather, both who are physically present here in Westlands, Nairobi, Kenya, and those who are connected with us across the continent, especially from so many other African countries, and above all, those also who are also connected with us from other continents. We thank you for this moment that we come together. We pray that as we gather here, that you will speak through all our speakers today, that you'll use them to minister to us and to challenge us, even as we think about leading for the glory and for the honor of your name. So we thank you for your presence, and we thank you that we know that you'll be with us now as we begin this until the very end. This is our humble prayer of faith in Jesus' name. Amen. So I want us to be able to start, especially with our first keynote today, because we want to listen to the men and women who are prepared and ready to help us. Again, like I said, this is a conversation. So it's not a lecture, it's just shared reflections. Their experiences, especially in crises, possibly sharing a few of their experiences as well, and then helping us ask ourselves those questions of what does that mean for me, especially in the context where I am leading, because I'm conscious that all of us who are gathered here and those who are connected with us, we are leading in different spaces. And so this conversation will mean different things to different people, but the same principles apply. So allow me to introduce our first keynote speaker today, who is going to help us unpack that message of leadership in times of crisis. And that is none other than Dr. David Oginde, who is a thought leader in matters of governance and leadership, with a passion for developing value-based, high-impact leaders for the 21st century. He is the founder and team leader of Catalyst. Dr. Oginde is involved in leadership, coaching, training, and consultancy. He has led several workshops and seminars for corporates, government, and nonprofit institutions on various aspects of leadership, both nationally and internationally. Dr. Oginde has a vast leadership experience, having served as the presiding bishop of Christ is the Answer Ministries, CITAM, where he offered leadership at various levels for over 24 years. He served as the chancellor of the Park University for 10 years. He has also served and led several other institutional boards and government panels. He is the council chair for Mama Ngina University. Dr. Oginde holds a PhD in organizational leadership from Regent University in the USA, a Master of Arts in Leadership from the Park University, and a Bachelor of Architecture from the University of Nairobi. He is a certified professional mediator. He has published several books and articles in various leadership journals, and is an adjunct lecturer in PhD organizational leadership at Park University. So let's put our hands together and invite Dr. David Oginde to come.
Who are here and those who are out there, I greet you all in Jesus' name. Good evening. It's a privilege for me to be here, and thank you to the organizers for giving me this chance to come and share with you on a subject that I would say is close to my heart on matters leadership, and especially leadership in times of difficulties or challenges. So I've been asked to bring a message on leading in challenging times. I'm not sure that all of us who are both here physically present and those of you who are following online, that you are all Christians. But allow me to use a biblical example to illustrate what leadership in challenging times can look like. One of the people that I have drawn great leadership inspiration from is King David in the Bible. His story is recorded for us, the good, the bad, and the ugly. One of the things that I like about the Bible is that it does not sugarcoat things. If you are bad, you are bad. If you are good, you are good. So we see King David in different kinds of settings, acting like an ordinary human being and trying to make the best of every situation. David was truly human, and he never pretended. When things were bad, you find him crying, weeping. When he felt that God had not dealt with him kindly, he complained before God. And he asked why. When he felt that his enemies were taking advantage of him, he even cursed them. You know, he was very human. And so I find a lot of encouragement from just reading the story of David in different kinds of settings. And I want to use one example of a time when David found himself in a serious crisis. How did he conduct himself as a leader? Because he was leading a group of people who depended on him. But he found himself, or rather found himself as a leader together with his people in this very challenging situation. David was a courageous leader. His courage started as a young boy. I'm sure many of us know the story of David and Goliath, because that is what catapulted him into the place of courageous leadership. And even right there, you see leadership in crisis, because Israel was in a crisis where their enemies had come against them and were challenging them to come out and fight the Philistines. And the Philistines were not jokes in the time. And so they brought out one of their giants, Goliath, and said, instead of us wasting resources, where the whole army comes out to fight this, why don't you give us one man? And we have also brought out one man, and let's fight. And Israel was quaking in fear, not knowing what to do, including the king himself. David steps into that crisis situation and acts with courage and transforms what was supposed to be an embarrassing situation to the children of Israel into a victorious moment that caused the whole nation of Israel to be on top of their enemies, the Philistines. The women came out in song and dance to celebrate David. How did this man get to be the kind of person that he was? But today I was not going to talk about David and Goliath, which I'm sure those of us who are Christians in the house may have studied right from Sunday school to right now. So I don't know that you came out, left everything to come and hear a Sunday school story. But let me take another story that where now David is not a young boy. David is a leader in his own right and is leading a powerful group of people whom he took from dejection and made into a mighty army. They came to be known as the mighty men of David. This story is found in 1 Samuel chapter 30, verse 1 to verse number 8. And I read it so that you can understand the context of what I want to share with you about resilience in leadership and leading in difficult times. And this is what it says. Now it happened when David and his men came to Ziklag on the third day that the Amalekites had invaded the south and Ziklag. They had attacked Ziklag and burnt it with fire, and had taken captive the women and those who were there, from small to great. They did not kill anyone, but carried them away and went on their way. So David and his men came to the city, and there it was, burnt with fire. And their wives, their sons, their daughters had been taken captive. Then David and the people who were with him lifted up their voices and wept until they had no power to weep. And David's two wives, Ahinoam the Jezreelite and Abigail, the widow of Nabal the Carmelite, had been taken captive. Now David was greatly distressed, for the people spoke of stoning him, because the soul of all people was grieved, every man for his sons and his daughters. But David found strength in the Lord his God. Then David said to Abiathar the priest in verse 7, Ahimelech's son, please bring the ephod here to me. And Abiathar brought the ephod to David. So David inquired of the Lord, saying, shall I pursue this troop? Shall I overtake them? And he answered him, pursue, for you shall surely overtake them, and without fail you will recover all. End of our reading. From this text, I would like to share with us on this matter of leading in crisis. 3 or 4 things that I want to bring to us. The first one is the power of resilience. The power of resilience. Sustaining leadership in a difficult time. And so we want to look at 3 things here. Number 1, reassess your position when you're in crisis. When you find yourself in challenging times, reassess your position. Number 2, refocus your vision. Refocus your vision. Crises have a way of blurring our vision. When you find yourself in challenging situation, you can easily lose your vision. Refocus your vision. And number 3, reclaim your losses. Reclaim your losses. Number 1. For those of us who may not be familiar with this story is set at a time when David was running away from Saul. He hid himself in the land of the Philistines, who are the enemies of Israel. And there he settled. Then he developed a very good relationship with the king of the Philistines of the time, who was known as Achish. And Achish so loved David, and they became so close together, that they lived as very good friends. So David was given a place called Ziklag to go and settle together with his army and with his team. Now, this relationship, like the young people would say, became so tight that one time when the Philistines were going to war against Israel, David asked that he should also accompany the army of Philistine to go and fight Israel, his people. And Achish enlisted David to go with his army to go and fight Israel. But the Philistine commanders were more wiser than that. They felt that this is the man who killed our Goliath. If he goes with us, how well do we know that he will fight on our behalf? Will he not turn against us? And so even though Achish, the king, had allowed David to come with them, the Philistine army refused. And they say, we are not going with David. We will go and fight on our own. So David was released to go back to his camp where he was staying. And without spiritualizing things too much, I want to propose that sometimes the crisis we face in our families, in our businesses, in our nations, could be because you have enlisted yourself in the wrong army. You have enjoined yourself with the men and women who are going east when you are going west. And so you find yourself in a crisis simply because you are in the wrong army. You have joined yourself with the wrong people. Check who are your business partners. Check who are your close companions. Check who you are walking with. Are they going the same direction as you are or not? David found himself in this place where he was going to fight his own people. And he was let loose to go back. It could be that you're using very ungodly methods. You are engaged in corrupt deals, or you are practicing oppressive leadership styles. And these are some of the things that could easily get you into a crisis situation. In leadership studies, it is acknowledged that great leadership is one that is founded on sound values and principles. Therefore, to deliver results, it is important that you reassess your position and find out, are you on the right track? Are you doing business in the right way? Because crises many times come as a result of wrong choices. David found himself in this problem because he was in the wrong army. He enlisted himself in the wrong army. So what are the values that undergird your business? What are the values that undergird your life? What are the values that undergird your enterprise? Are they in the right direction? Because many times, when you find yourself building on the wrong foundation, I can assure you that crisis is just around the corner. It will come. We have seen here in Kenya great businesses that were doing very well, were the top in their market, in their sectors. But because the foundations were not correct, when trouble came, they collapsed. I don't want to name names, but I'm sure some of us who are Kenyans here know that there are many great businesses, especially in the retail market, that came down because they were not in the right place. So when you find yourself in a crisis, whether as an individual or as a group or as an organization, I would say even as a nation, it is time to sit back and reflect. Am I in the right place? Am I walking in the right way? Am I doing things in the right way? Because if you're fighting in the wrong army, it is a matter of time. Number two, refocus your vision. The power of resilience lies in vision. When Achish insisted that David must go back, David and his men, we are told, woke up in the morning and went back to Ziklag. But lo, when David came back from the Philistine mission, he was in for a rude shock. The Amalekites had attacked his camp, burnt it down, and carried away all his possessions. What was the response of David's men? We are told that David and the people who are with him lifted up their voices and wept until they had no power to weep. Ladies in the house and online, when you see a man crying, you know that things are elephant. When you see a man crying, you know things are irrelevant. But when you see a man weeping and shouting at the top of their voices, then things are beyond elephant. So we are told that this man wept and did not stop crying until they ran out of strength. Things were really bad. Talk about crisis. This was a crisis. So the Bible tells us that David was so greatly distressed. Just first of all, because his own people had been taken. His wife, his family had been taken. And they were weeping together as men who had suffered great loss. But that was not all. This is the problem. This is what I call the burden of leadership. The burden of leadership is that even when you are together in a crisis with your members still expect you to provide leadership. It's a burden. You cannot keep crying forever. Stand up and do something. It is a burden of leadership. So you can't cry forever. So while David was crying for his people, his own men turned around and now wanted to stone him. Now David was greatly distressed, for the people spoke of stoning him. Because the souls of all the people was grieved, every man for his son and for his daughter. This was terrible. David's world had just collapsed under him. Achish, his friend, had rejected him. The Amalekites had taken away his wife and children and burnt down his camp. And now his own friends, his own army, his mighty men are now turned against him. They want to stone him. What do you do as a leader in such moments? It is the time to refocus your vision. It is time to turn away your eyes from the current circumstances to something stronger and greater than yourself. Because we are told that for David, he turned his face and his focus from the circumstances that were around him to the God whom he knew at a personal level. And so we've told that David encouraged himself in the Lord. I don't know, every one of us, whether you're a Christian or not, you must have an anchor that can hold you in times of crisis. Otherwise, you collapse. The true mettle of a leader is tested in times of crisis. That is when we know leaders are separated from others. When men are separated from boys, and women are separated from girls, it is time of crisis. Jesus said of two men who are builders, developers, property developers, like our friend who is here. And they went out to develop property. And they did a good job of it. The aesthetics were great. Everybody who passed by saw these houses and said, wow, if I had money, I would invest here. But then the rains came. The winds blew. The storm came. And what happened? One of the houses collapsed. What caused the house to collapse? It was not the beauty. It wasn't the painting. It was not the roof. It was something that was buried underneath. Because that is where the difference comes. What is your business built on? What is your life built on? What is your organization built on? Because that is what will determine what happens in times of crisis. So David removed his focus from Achish, his friend. His dependence was taken away from his family. In any case, they had been taken away. From his earthly possessions, they make no sense in times of crisis. His mind was turned away from his mighty army. They wanted to stone him. Instead, David's mind was redirected to something greater than himself, and that was God. A young man thought that life in the home was difficult, and he was too restricted by his parents. Don't do this, don't go there, don't eat the other. And so he decided it is time to be free. And so he went to the father and said, give me my portion. Let me go. And he had a father who said, okay, since you are of age, take your portion and go. And he went out there and started enjoying life. Foundations again. Soon, money ran out. Even if you have $1 billion, it will run out. If you have no program. And if you don't have a foundation. So his money ran out. But when his money ran out and he was in a difficult crisis, he looked up to something greater than himself. He said, I'll go to my father. Because in my father's house, even the workers who are there eat better than not the way I'm eating. So I'll go back to my father. And so he went back to his father, and his father welcomed him. When you're in a crisis, you need something greater than yourself. When you're in a crisis, you need someone stronger than yourself. When you're in a crisis, you need an anchor that can hold you. Because sometimes you find that all these people who are around you are the ones who want to stone you. They are the ones who are saying, oh, we knew this thing was going to collapse. It was just a matter of time. Your good friends send you a text and say, Paul, these days we send you emoji with a lot of tears. Sindio? Oh. Isn't it? That's what happened. Oh, but we don't turn up. So if you don't have something greater than yourself that can hold you in that moment, my friend, you are gone. You are finished. So you must refocus your vision. Number 3, as I finish. Reclaim your losses. It has been said that falling happens to everybody. It is what you do after you fall that makes the difference. Every one of us once in a while will fail and will fall. But it is what you do after you fall that will make a difference. For David, he decided, after he had refocused his vision, I need to go for my things. I need to reclaim. I need to rebuild. I need to start afresh. And so because he was a man who believed in God, he asked Abiathar to come and tell him, what do you think? Should I go after these guys or should I not? And Abiathar told him, you go. You're going to recover. In other words, David did not resign himself to his fate. What many of us do, especially as leaders, in times of crisis, we throw up our hands and we say, now what do I do? This is what has happened. My things are gone. My wife is gone. My children are gone. My business is gone. My job is gone. My all is gone. So what do I do now? You cry like David, but you don't rise up. David, after he had cried and regained and refocused himself, stood up to do something about his situation. Failure, crisis, problems will come. It is what you do after that that will determine whether you become successful or not. COVID-19 has been a pandemic that has been felt across the world. It has destroyed families, it has destroyed individuals, it has destroyed businesses, it has destroyed nations, it has brought trouble across the world. But in the midst of this, there are stories of people who have come out of it victorious. Businesses that have come up stronger. People who have started afresh. People who have recalibrated themselves. In business studies, one of the students that I am guiding in his PhD studies is doing a study on resilience in organizations. And as I was reading his study, I came across these 3 principles that one Shannon, Tracy, Lane, and Guy did in 2017. And they said a resilient leader is one who has adaptive capacity, absorptive capacity, and transformative capacity. Time does not allow us to look at the details of that, but let me just mention them very quickly. Adaptive capacity is the ability of a leader or an organization to adapt quickly to the new realities. And that's what we see in David. Leaders with high adaptive capacity will not sit there crying and lamenting forever. Instead, they will assess their circumstances and adjust their leadership or their business or their organization to the new realities. This is what David did. He stopped crying and tried to find solutions to their crisis. In this time of crisis for many people, there are those organizations who adapted quickly and they were able to scale the heights. We were talking to Carol Karaoke, the CEO of Kenya, the Private Alliance, KEPSA. And she gave us her story, and she said, as she led KEPSA, during this COVID season, they assessed the situation and made a decision that we are going to sink and swim together. We are not laying off any staff. We are not doing what other people are doing, but let's band together as a team and let's see how far this thing will take us. And she says that in the course of time, things began to look up as all the members put their energies in standing with the organization. Recalibrating your time, adapting to your situation. As the CEO of the umbrella body of many business entities, Carol reported that in times of crisis, she noticed that businesses survived when leaders put people before profits. Adapting to the situation. The second one is absorptive capacity. Absorptive capacity is the ability of a leader or organization to absorb the impact of a crisis situation without being overwhelmed. When his men turned around to stone him, David shifted his focus from the situation and found solace in God. Therefore, David was able to absorb the impact of what had just happened. As a leader, you must be able to absorb the impact. Otherwise, you will be crushed. Somebody has said that resilience is not standing firm. It's not how firm you can stand, but it is how far you can bend. When the wind is blowing, those that were resilient are the ones who bend very far but then come back upright. Number 3, transformative capacity is the ability of a leader or organization to transform a crisis into an opportunity and therefore recoveries, losses, and move on into growth. David marshaled his stone-throwing men into a mighty army that went and recaptured everything that they had lost. They went out, and the Bible says they recaptured everything. So the lesson we learned from David and his people is that it is possible to survive a crisis if you act in the right way. Franklin Roosevelt, the 43rd President of the United States of America, was a man of great resilience in the face of adversity. In 1921, at the age of 39, Roosevelt contracted polio at a time when there was no vaccine against this disease. As a result, Roosevelt lost the use of his legs. And though initially was embarrassed about this disability, the man eventually overcame this physical challenge by reassessing his position, refocusing his vision, and reclaiming his losses. Through resilient faith, he once boldly declared, and I quote, "We have always held to the hope, the belief, and the conviction that there is a better life, a better world beyond the horizon." That's what will carry you. And with such positive mindset, Roosevelt became the only president who has ever served the United States 3 terms. All the rest served twice. A cripple on a wheelchair. But with resilience and hope and vision, it is possible. And so, gentlemen and ladies, what can we do in times of crisis? I think I've said it. I want to thank you for listening. God bless you.
But anyway, that's on a lighter note. I think really there is a lot for us to reflect on what he has said. And I just don't want to add to what he has said, because the whole idea is to listen in and ask, what does that mean for me? Like I said, this is the beginning of a conversation. He's given us quite some insights. I'm already putting in some notes for myself here and thinking things that I need to reflect, things that I need to be able then to start looking at how does this apply in the places where I'm leading. So that's the opportunity that we all have to be able to do that. And so we want to just take a moment and take a short break, 10 minutes break. But as you take the 10 minutes break, please share with somebody next to you and tell them one thing that you picked from this session. Remember, this is not a situation where we are coming just to tell you. Really, this is a conversation. How can it be a conversation if we only stand here on this podium and just speak? You need to be able to then be able to show that you are listening in and that you are sharing. And for those who are following us online, we invite your comments, and we will be able to share those comments as well with the people who are physically present. So let's engage for the next couple of minutes before we get into the next session, where Kingston Ogango, who is my co-host as well, is going to lead us into a panel to ask ourselves, now that we have listened to this, what does it actually mean in real life situation? You know, it's very easy for us to hear it from Dr. Oginde, and I'm struggling not calling him doctor. I know him as bishop, and which he is. And just being able to ask, so does this only apply to church because he read from the Bible? So one of the panelists is not from the pulpit, but you'll be sharing from a different pulpit, which is the business pulpit. What does that mean exactly, what Bishop Oginde has talked to us about? So that's the conversation we want to have in the next couple of minutes. So let's enjoy a couple of minutes of break as we engage with each other. And please share with the person at least seated next to you and tell them one thing that you've grabbed from what has been said. At least I've told you what I've grabbed by the last 3 items. So I've done my assignment. Now it's your responsibility to do your assignment as well. All right, so we have a few minutes and then we'll get to the next session.
How do African Christian leaders navigate, survive and thrive in a continent that has been labeled as the home to 9 out of 10 of the world's most affected crises? Do you wish to get a better understanding of the experiences of African Christian leaders in dealing with this crisis? Do you wonder what strategies African Christian leaders use or can use in times of crisis? The Resilient Christian Leader Book is a product of a collaborative effort, knowledge and wisdom of over 30 African scholars and practitioners, and a resource to equip African Christian leaders to be resilient enough to navigate and lead during times of crisis. The Resilient Christian Leader: experiences, strategies, and opportunities in times of crisis.
Are you still there? Welcome back. And for those online, we continue. Now we want to go into a time where we can have a panel. And today with us is a great panel. One of the speakers, David Oginde. Today with us is a great panel. One of the speakers, David Oginde. Today with us is a great panel. One of the speakers, David Oginde. Today with us is a great panel. One of the speakers, David Oginde. Today with us is a great panel. One of the speakers, David Oginde. Today with us is a great panel. One of the speakers, David. Sorry, we have a little technical hitch there. It's being sorted out. Sorry, we have a little technical hitch there. It's being sorted out. Sorry, we have a little technical hitch there. This is called leadership in crisis. Thank you so much, Dr. David Oginde, for such a profound message on leading in times of crisis. I'm sure you've picked up something. And so we want to go into a panel, and I've been inviting two gentlemen, one being Bishop David Oginde and a good friend who I'll be introducing. For those who've just joined in, let me quickly give you a snapshot of Bishop David Oginde's profile. David Oginde is a thought leader in matters governance and leadership with a passion for developing value-based high-impact leaders for the 21st century. He's a founder and the team leader of the Carter Lead. Dr. David Oginde is involved in leadership, coaching, training, and consultancy. He has led several workshops and seminars for corporates, government, and nonprofit institutions on various aspects of leadership, both nationally and internationally. Dr. Oginde has a vast leadership experience, having served as the presiding bishop of Christ is the Answer Ministries, where he offered leadership at various levels for over 24 years. He served as the chancellor of the PSC, or for those who want the full one, Pan-Africa Christian University, for 10 years. He's also served and led other institutions, boards, and government panels. He's a council chair for Mama Ngina University. Dr. Oginde holds a PhD in organizational leadership from Regent University from the United States of America, a master's in leadership from the Pan-Africa Christian University, and a Bachelor of Architecture from the University of Nairobi. He's a certified professional mediator. He also published several books and articles in various leadership journals. He's an adjunct lecturer in PhD in organizational leadership at the Pan-Africa Christian University. Thank you. Welcome, Bishop. Our second panelist is George Weshuri, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Optiven, a leading brand in the region, and has several flourishing strategic business units, or otherwise called SBUs, that include Optiven Real Estate, Optiven Construction, Optiven Homes, and Optiven Water. The firm has also gained a foothold into the hospitality industry with a GMC place in Kitengela and 2 food franchises that include Eagle Peak Spa and Panarotis. All these are in Nairobi. Under his stewardship, the firm has continued to grow exponentially. Inspired by a drive to transform the society economically and socially, Optiven aims at creating over 30,000 direct employees by the year 2030. George has indefatigably been at the forefront of empowering Kenyans and Africans in diaspora, especially to invest in the real estate. Having started over 15 different businesses, which ended up folding, he has continued to prudently steward Optiven, a firm that has so far received numerous accolades, both locally and internationally. Under his watch, Optiven has singled out as one of the companies to inspire Africa in 2019 by the London Stock Exchange. The firm has also scooped numerous awards that includes the Best Employer in East Africa in 2019 by East Africa Best Employer Brand Awards, and the Most Preferred and Flexible Payment Land Agent by Financial Inclusion Awards 2019. Optiven was also the overall winner of the Top 100 Mid-Sized Companies Survey 2014-2015 by KPMG and Nation Media Group. The firm also scooped the Best Company in Customer Orientation and Marketing in Kenya, Koya Awards 2015. George has won several awards across the globe, including the African Business Personality Award 2018 by the Voice Achievers Award Netherlands, Best Entrepreneur in Africa 2017 by Diaspora Entertainment Awards and Recognition, DIA Awards 2017, Best and Most Innovative Entrepreneur, Business and Entrepreneurship Mashujaa Awards 2015, USA, amongst others. This space-setting innovator and entrepreneur holds a master's in business administration from the University of Nairobi and a Bachelor of Commerce Marketing option, and is a certified public accountant, CPA-K. He's also a passionate philanthropist and the chairman and trustee of one of the most vibrant foundations in the region, Optiven Foundation. He's also a motivational speaker, a lecturer, and serves as a church leader. To top it up, George is also a family man and a celebrated author of the best-selling Soaring Like an Eagle and Unleash Your Full Potential. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome these two great men onto the podium as we just have a conversation on how to survive difficult times. Lessons learned. Welcome, gentlemen. Good to see both of you.
Thank you.
And you know, when I was reading those profiles, at some point I was losing breath. Because the list goes on and you wonder, what is the next great thing? But having come from COVID touched all of us in different ways across the globe. I think it's the biggest crisis we have faced in this generation. I'd like to start with you, Mr. George Washuri. Tell us a little, what was your experience as an individual, and then very briefly as an organization?
Wow, thank you, Kingston and Bishop, and all those who are watching us online. Yes, COVID was one of the toughest tests of leadership, and especially for me as a person. You know, I remember we had 400 employees, and every organization was closing down. And I remember this one time that one of my staff came coughing. And everybody ran away. And I saw some people coming to me and say, hey, Bwana George, we need now to go home and work from home. And of course, that evening, we closed the real estate. So we all went home. So when I went home, I had a headache because I have loans to pay, salaries to pay, and many other liabilities. As if that was not enough, we have a big franchise in Kitengela for family entertainment centers, GMC. The following day, I went there. They said, we also want to go home. We don't want to stay here with COVID. 100 employees. We closed GMC, they went home. I went back home, I had a headache. The third day, we had another couple of people at the spa. They also said we are closing down. Actually, the government closed down. 70 employees went home. I went back home, I had a headache. And for 5 days, as the bishop was saying, I said, I think now as a leader, the only thing I can do is to pray. Pray for these people. Pray for the COVID to be managed. And also pray for the government, because I could see the government was equally frustrated. And also ask God to give us life, because I think during COVID, the most important thing was life. And after a couple of days, we had an idea and said, wait a minute, everybody now is at home. So that's the time the Zoom was coming up. So we just had an idea of starting a Zoom to encourage these people, speak to them, talk to them. And to cut the long story short, we continued working through online and on Zoom. We even hired 40 more people on Zoom during COVID. And we saw the hand of God. Yeah.
Let's hold on to that thought. You have 3 headaches. You've gone home. What gave you strength to begin to pray? Because now you have 3 headaches. I don't know how you survive with 3 headaches. Every day you had a headache and they accumulated.
Of course, as a Christian, when things don't work out, you have reached your dead end. In that time, nobody's encouraging you. It's you to encourage yourself as a leader. But I discovered that having experienced other challenges in life, losing businesses, being auctioned, and all that, I always know that when you talk to our Father, who is God himself, there is always a comfort. And I have experiences of what God can do, even the time you are at the valley. It's the same God who picks you up to go to the mountain. So that's the time I remembered. This thing can only be managed by God himself, because he is able. And he did it.
He did it.
Yes.
Thank you. Now to you, Bishop. At that point, you're leading a big church with several branches in several countries, a university, hospitality industry, and maybe you'll tell us the rest of them. How did you get through? George had 3 headaches. What happened to you as COVID hit?
I had 6. It's actually very interesting that I actually didn't have a headache. Because when COVID started, I think the most scary time for me was the announcement that COVID had been detected in Morocco. I think that was the first announcement for Africa. And having seen what had happened in Italy, in the United States of America, in China, big nations, I knew we were done. So when I heard it was in Morocco, I knew that it's now going to come down. And I remember Melinda Gates saying that we are going to die like flies. So I just thought, this thing has come, and this is our time. So prepare to meet your maker. But of course, as a leader, you have to be resilient and provide leadership in that situation. So we got together with our pastoral team and thought, what do we do in this situation? And I remember when the government announced that the first case of COVID has been detected in Kenya, it was panic across the country, because I think people believe that this is now it. We are gone. We are done for. So the first thing we did was to, exactly what I said, reassess our situation, find out where are we at, what can we do, how do we manage this situation. And in our meeting of our overseers, we decided we are going to close church. This time the government had not yet decided that church was going to be closed, but we decided ourselves we are going to close church, and we are going to take church online. So I remember we called a press conference at Valley Road and made that announcement that to our members that from this Sunday, we are not going to be meeting, but we are going to turn to Hope FM and Hope TV, which by God's grace we already had, to be our platforms for running church. And many people are not very happy, but a number of people thought that was a very good idea. Actually, it's like 3-4 days later, the government closed everything. So we were in the spirit when this thing happened. The reason that I would say I did not have headache, not because we didn't have a problem, but because the announcement was made here in March. But in January, I was speaking in Addis Ababa. And I would say almost prophetically, because I had been asked to speak on globalization and the church. And I talked about a time is coming, and I told the congregation, the crowd that was there, it was a leadership conference. And I told them, a time is coming, I may not be around myself, but a time is coming when church as we know it will not happen. And unless the church prepares itself to use technology to be able to do what God has called us to do, we may find ourselves irrelevant. And I told them, we have a church in Valley Road in Nairobi that we gathered over 10,000 people every week, every Sunday. I can see a time when that building will be empty and there will be no people gathering there. And unless we get to the platform of media, technology, we may not get there. So we developed the CITAM Church Online as a church that is online. And so when this announcement was made, we decided, this is where we're going. And we organized ourselves quickly and started reaching out to people. That was, by God's grace, what really helped us. Of course, there was the whole issue, like he's saying, about workers. What do you do with them? We have over 600 workers at that time, staff, pastors and others. We have teachers in our schools. We have the people working in the media industry. We have people who are working in hospitality, and then, of course, those who are working in church. So what do you do with these people? That was our biggest challenge.
What do you do with them? And especially for you, you're dealing with people who are supposed to be people of faith.
Yes.
And you're sending them home even before the government says send them home. No, so we're coming back to that thought just to think, how did you arrive at that? You say God led you, but even as you said
you want
earlier,
it more practical.
we'll come back to that. Let's come back to George. Now you've come, you have moved online, you're beginning to hire. What was precipitating all this? What were you learning out of what was going on that led you to decide to hire when other people were firing?
What we did is a change of mindset. As a leader, you have to think before anybody else. And we formed a small committee of brainstorming. And we used to meet, of course, with mask, and we are discussing what do we do. An idea came, why can't we keep encouraging these people at home? We keep inspiring them, mentoring them, talking to them, asking them how are they doing. We also formed a prayer kind of a group, whereby if somebody got sick, because we had people who were sick, we were praying for them by their names and calling them. How are you doing? Are you taking medicine? Of course, there were so many prescriptions of medicine. And we were researching these types of medicine. I remember somebody brought to me some kind of leaves from my village that you boil them and you inhale. And I remember sending them to one of my employees. And we were researching all these kind of things. And we kept encouraging each and every single person, even those who were sick. By the grace of God, we did not lose anyone. By the power of prayers, we prayed for them. And we said, now we are, because I remember every day on Zoom meeting, we were starting with prayers. Of course, I looked our pastor to be praying for these particular people. And after prayers, what next? We now started kind of encouraging these people, like mentoring them. And then we graduated to talking about our properties and how we can loop in our customers. So an idea came. We told the customers, you can come and see your properties, drive yourself. And then we now started business slowly by slowly. And people are getting bored staying at home. So they were coming to see our projects. And I remember one day we could even host 20 people coming with their families to see their properties. And then the business just picked. And then we said, wait a minute, we added more people. We bought more projects. That time the central bank said, everybody with a loan, there is a waiver for paying anything for 2 years. I said, hey, siwe Mungu ni wa maajabu. 2 years without paying your loans. I think that was the best thing that happened. And that time people are still paying because as we have a very huge diaspora presence and we had money in our account. So we even bought more properties, and more properties means hiring more people. And between COVID and now, I think now we are more by over 200 new permanent employees by the grace of God. Yeah.
That's amazing, isn't it? Wow. Have you ever heard of driving land buying? You know you go for chips, driving, and other things. But this is a situation, innovation kicked in, and you hired more people. Let's come back to Bishop. Now you have sent your teams home, and everybody is getting into a panic out there. They're looking to church. They're struggling. COVID is hitting. The government is shutting down. How did you deal with that? The church, now the congregation and others were looking to church, but you have already sent the ministers home.
Like I said, church is an interesting place. It's not like Optiven. We trust in Optiven making money.
Yes.
And then bringing to us.
Yes.
A tenth of whatever they make. They bring to us.
Yeah.
So when Optiven is not making money,
yes,
you can be sure we are not making money. That is the nature of church. So that was our first crisis, that people are now not coming to church, and therefore they may not be able to give. How then do you sustain all these people who are serving together with you in different sectors? But we took a step of faith and said we are not going to send anybody home in terms of laying people off. But we met with all the staff and said we are going to start by reducing our salaries by 75%. And we will monitor. By that time, we thought that maybe another 4 or 5 months, we bounce back. So we calculated that the month 1, we'll do 75. Month 2, we'll do 50. Month 3, we will do 25. Month 4, we'll, of course, be back in business. We didn't know it was going to last years. So, but everybody committed to that. And that really helped to reduce the burden and the struggle of finances, because that is one of the most difficult things. So people agreed that they can reduce their salary, they can take less salary, but they are still in employment. At least they have something, like we say, to put food on the table. And that really reduced a lot of burden that would come upon a leader. The second thing that happened is the online platform for church ministry. We didn't realize just how much that would impact the country and other churches, because there are a number of churches who did not have these platforms, the radio, the TV. We tried, first of all, to go to some of the national TVs and to just buy space there. It was so expensive that it was not viable. So we just said, we are not going to go there. This is the time to build our own stations. And that really was a big advantage. What surprised us is that when we started the online, now not radio and TV, just the online, the first Sunday, we had over 600,000 people who were attending our church online. That is more than 10 times the number of people we normally reach. By the following Sunday, we had gone to over 1.something million people that were attending our church online. And the numbers just kept going up. But what was also very interesting, as because we also engaged a lot on social media, Facebook, Twitter, we were very present. We mobilized our people to be there to communicate hope through, not Hope FM, but communicate hope for the people, because people are in a very disparate situation. And those also picked up. What surprised us is the kind of people who also engaged on that platform, on this online platform. People that you would never see in church. You know, some people we know in Kenya who you know this person doesn't go to church, doesn't care about church. But they were attending and being very active about it. And we saw our offerings going up. Like Washiuri's, I think because he was getting his tithe, he was bringing it to church. And so actually, within a very, not very short, but a relatively short time, we were able to begin to get our staff back to normal, because people were committed to giving and supporting this platform. Even people from other churches where they did not have that platform, they found a place there. That's why our numbers were many. Of course, that tapered down with time as more churches got into radio and TV and YouTube and Facebook and so on. But for us, I think it provided us a great opportunity to reach so many more people in that COVID season that we decided that actually the church online would become a permanent platform for engaging people. And it has continued even up to this time. The numbers have gone down in terms of attendance, but it is still a very viable place where we have been able to reach many, many more people. Our university, we were among the first people to start full online courses in the country. Not long distance, full programs that you can take a degree and complete. So when I was chair of the council and chancellor, we were thinking of, suppose we become the fully fledged online university. And many of our lecturers and, and team there were like, no, that can't happen. There are people have to meet physically. Education has to be physical. You need that touch with the students and so on. When COVID came, of course, schools were closed, universities were closed. There was no going. But because we already had that platform, again, it really helped us to quickly organize ourselves to now provide all our programs online. And it became so effective that now most of our programs are actually online. You don't have to physically go to class. We were recently very pleasantly surprised, and this is where the thing of recalibrating, refocusing your vision really becomes very important. That one of the European countries wanted to, or rather was sponsoring online platform studies for universities in East Africa. And they were looking for a university that has done this well, that can then train other universities. So when this advertisement went out, calling out to universities, we are a very small university. But we thought, well, we have done this thing, why don't we try? We didn't know that it would be even considered. To our surprise, we won that tender. And now we were given that tender to go and that contract to go and train universities in East Africa, public and private, on how to do online classes in an effective way.
That's amazing. I mean, just listening to you.
Yeah.
Many, many nuggets there. The ability to adapt quickly. Innovation came in.
Yes.
I mean, now the university moves away from just being a small university in person to a big worldwide global university that is even training others. And your tithes and offerings went up, of course, because of George. But I'm coming back to you, and I hope you're seeing this whole process of lessons that we are learning even in times of crisis. We almost want to say we need crisis all the time, but let me not say that. George, as we come to just the end, I'd like you to summarize for us. You have told us about how you grew your numbers, how you went online, how you tried new things, and of course you got a bigger market from the diaspora. You bought more, and because the government had given them a reprieve, they could buy. What are the lessons as you as an individual, as a leader, as we summarize? How can you summarize? What are your key lessons, maybe 2 or 3, that you've stayed with even today, that you like to share with the rest of us, lessons that in this crisis, you as a leader, you learned 2 important or 3 important lessons that you like to leave with them?
Thank you, Kingston. One of the things that I have learned is that even as we do business and as business prosper, like the way Optiven has prospered and thrived, it is always important to remember the power of God, to remember that the resources that we as leaders, as entrepreneurs, we are managing, they are not our resources. We are a channel of these resources. We are taking care, we are custodians, we are stewards. And once we realize that, regardless of the magnitude of the growth of organization, you are aware that you are a custodian. And if you are a custodian, there are some expectations that God expects you to do. I was sharing with one of my friends, Dr. here, that what we do as Optiven, the 5% of the money God has given us, we pick that particular money, take it to the foundation to support the orphans, the less fortunate, to support the senior citizens, to support the girls in semi-arid areas. And now the foundation has become bigger, and it's also attracting other people to support. This year we had a huge number of people wanting a scholarship. And one of the person in UK, Manchester, saw our video and says, I want to pick 40 students to sponsor them in full. So give me the list of deserving students. We said, look at it. We started this 8 years ago, and somebody now is coming. So remember, we use these resources to do God's work. Other than the foundation, we are also very intentional to support church work. A good example is Hope FM. We did I think 3 years contract to support this Christian mission and other Christian stations. We support International Leadership University. We support Focus because we know hii pesa sio yetu. This money has got the owner. And if you don't use this money properly, God is not short of people, of entrepreneurs.
Yes.
God can pick another entrepreneur, and that money goes to that other particular entrepreneur. So we don't do anybody's favor by supporting the communities. Lesson number 2 I've learned in business and entrepreneurship, having failed so many times. Lesson number 2, always value people. Right now I'm here, I'm not getting calls. But there are people who are sharper, who are better than George Washiri. Running Optiven finances, running Optiven marketing, social media, and every time as a leader, you value these people. You respect them. You become part and parcel of them. Open door policy. The organization will just grow. Lesson number 3 is what I call, I picked from the late Bob Corribo. He was asked one time, how come this organization is making 100 billion? And then he said 3 things. Number 1, partnership. Number 2, innovation. Number 3, giving. We have learned that as a leader, you must keep thinking differently. Don't think the way the industry is thinking. Right now at Optiven, we are saying people dance for happiness. One of the media team asked me, what's the correlation between dancing and the real estate? And you know the story. It's out there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, George. What a profound way of just ending what you have said. So before we totally wrap this up, Bishop, what about you as a leader? I'm sure you have many lessons, but give us 3 that you want to share. You as a leader, you've learned. George has given us his, and we have learned that at the end of everything, you must be dancing.
Thank you. Thank you very much. One is that crises are opportunities for innovation. When I was a student of architecture many years ago, I still remember one thing that our lecturer told us right in first year. We used to think that if you have a flat piece of land, which is very big, as a designer, it is very nice. You can design a very nice building on that. But he told us that a big, flat piece of land is the most difficult to be creative on. When you have a very difficult piece of land with rocks and slopes and valleys and things, then your creative juices, as he called it, kick in. Because you have to think, how can I make use of this space to create something that is good? And I remember he showed us one of the most celebrated designs of houses. Is called the Falling Water House, where this person had a piece of land that was divided with a gorge. His land was across, so part of it was this side, the other side was another side, a small piece of land. And then there was a deep gorge with a waterfall on it. So he invited this architect. They used to go there for picnicking with his family. And they would just go and sit by and relax and hear the sound of the waterfall. So he went there with this architect and he said, is there anything that we can do here? The guy was so excited. This is very good. And he said, can you create something here? And so Frank Lloyd Wright, who was one of the celebrated architects of the time, designed a building, a house, which spanned across the waterfall with a glass floor, so that when you're in a sitting room, you can see the waterfall down there. There was no wall, no solid walls around the house. It was all glass, so you could see this forest and hear the birds and so on. The thing was such a masterpiece that it became one of the world's wonders. People were going to see, in fact, the guy never lived in the house because there were so many tourists who were coming to see this house. So our lecturer was saying that difficult situations provide opportunity for creativity. So when you are in a crisis, sit back and think, what can we do in this situation? And for me, that was a big lesson, and I saw it happen during COVID-19 because it gave us as a church opportunity to be creative, get into a space where we have not been before, do church in a different way, do university in a different way, and even school. We started, even before the government opened up, we started tuition. Online tuition in our schools, and there are many children who are joining in even from other schools. So crises are opportunities for creativity. Instead of crying like these people and stoning others, that's what these over hundreds of people, all they could think is that we have to stone David. But David was thinking, what do I do? And he called Abiathar and said, let's pursue. And was able to. The second is what our brother George has said. Remember God. In crisis, God is there. I know there may be some people who are watching us who don't believe in God. But whether you believe in God or not, there is God. And if you call to him in times of crisis, he will show you things that you never knew existed or were even possible. And it will get you to places that you never knew. The third lesson that I would say is that in times of crisis, learn to be calm. When we're in a state of panic, you can't think. Many of us, when we find ourselves in crisis, it is panic, it's pacing up and down, it's going here and there, it's kicking people, it's breaking windows and all kinds of things. You cannot think. Sit down, be calm, listen, and you'll be amazed at how ideas then begin to come into your mind of things that can be done, of possibilities, including dancing in the real estate.
Wow, I'm sure you guys have been really enriched by these two gentlemen. I would love just to sit here and listen. I'm sure there are many more nuggets. And we're going to be providing the ability to reach them out and just find out what is Optiven doing, what is the Catholic doing, and reach out, lean in, and learn a little more from them. Thank you very much, gentlemen. God bless you, and thank you for giving us your time here. Asante sana. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Asante.
Thank you. Good, thank you. And we want to move on. We are grateful for this man with great wisdom, and I'm really enjoying it. So we want to move on to our next session, and the next session is also a very exciting session. And I'll be inviting our speaker in a moment to come and speak to us. But before I do that, let me do a quick introduction to our speaker. She's going to speak about resilience to lead and agility to lead in crisis. Our speaker is Jennifer Karina. She's a psychologist, coach, energy master practitioner, speaker, and author, and is a thought leader in the area of relationship strategies. She's the founder of Anchor Relationship Network, a personal and professional development agency. ARN, or the short form of Anchor Relationship Network, provides psychosocial support, corporate wellness, talent development, coaching, and mentoring. Jennifer's mission in life is to support individuals and teams to create an intentional life of resilience, clarity, and purpose in order to thrive both at a personal and professional level, increasing levels of satisfaction, happiness, and fruitfulness, a healthier lifestyle, and a higher productivity. Jennifer is a recipient of the World Women Leadership Achievement Award 2015 in Mumbai, India, in recognition of the valuable contribution made to society and industry. She's also the East Africa's regional winner 2017 in welfare and civil society organization sector of CEO's Global's Most Influential Women in Business and Government Awards. She holds a Master's of Psychology degree from Durham University, Newcastle, UK, and has attended leadership professional courses from various institutes, such as Singapore Institute of Management, Crankfield School of Management, UK, Harvard Business School, USA, Strathmore Business School, Kenya, among others. She's a member of the Institute of Directors, Kenya, member of the Women Corporate Directors, Institute of Leadership and Management, UK, and a certified trustee with College of Insurance, Hamper, Center of Employees Benefits, Canada. She has diverse skills, having served both at the board level of various organizations, including the Central Bank Pension Fund, National Constituency Development Board, and as the Chief Commission of the Kenya Girl Guides Association, and currently she is the Kenya Reinsurance Corporation and World Association of Girl Guides and Girl Scouts chair. For over 22 decades, Jennifer has invested in learning and research and has a great impact on area of influence. Jennifer is married and has 3 married children, enjoys reading, writing, traveling, and playing golf. Do I continue? Now we'll have to stop here to allow Jennifer to come. Jennifer is a great woman of God. She's a lady of great impact. I have sat under her tutelage at various times. I've been in some sessions she has taught, and we have learned a great deal. My wife celebrates her because she's also impacted a lot. And so I want to invite Jennifer to come up to the podium and just share with us some thoughts, some nuggets, and some wisdom. Welcome, Jennifer.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a joy, pleasure, and privilege for me to be here and to be able to share some thoughts about leading. About leading in crisis. As I thought about this, and I was preparing, remembered that once upon a time, I was an entrepreneur, and a good one at that. And while I did distribution, basically, I did so well that the people that I distributed the goods for began to ask themselves, what does she do so well that we cannot do? I can tell you 7-figure digits, big money was my portion. And they came together, had a board meeting, and decided they were gonna employ all my staff, and I was gonna close the doors. I was not prepared for something of that magnitude. And a bit of rumors started happening. And one of my mentors told me that I have heard, and I said, nothing such as that. We are talking about reputable organizations. We are talking about good business. We are talking about being grounded over the night. And I mean over the night. I had resignations, and the entire staff were employed by that organization. And the big question is, it's not only COVID that really brings about situations of a crisis. I hadn't thought about it, but look at me today. I reinvented myself. I was so angry as a result of the loss of business, and I asked myself, what is it do I need to do? I actually decided, let me leave entrepreneurship to my husband, and I went back to school and studied all over because I felt that I didn't want to be in that zone. Well, it gave me healing, but it opened a new opportunity for me. I studied psychology. I began by being a marriage coach. Barina would know very well because he's my publisher, and we began by writing a book, Marriage Built to Last, and then we did Healing Built Beyond Betrayal, and I can tell you a lot, but that's for another day. Now, today, I serve over 200 corporates in terms of mental and emotional resilience. And let me tell you the magic. While I was struggling to find business, when COVID hit, they looked for me. I don't look for the business, it finds me in my house. Am I talking to somebody? And so, while we look at crisis as a situation where we are lost, I want us to think today about what is the opportunity that is presented by the crisis. I watched on TV the other day of a young man who was in these 4 walls. And he was so done being in the 4 walls of his house, because we were working from home with your children and your wife, and he decided to create aquarium. I don't know whether you saw that. It was on primetime news, and he created an aquarium with golden fish, different colors. He looked at it and thought, I like it. And he thought maybe somebody would want to buy this, and he put it on social media. He said there that he cannot fulfill the demand for what he is doing. He's employed people across the counties to be able to make these aquariums, and he is enjoying all the way to the bank. And so bear with me as I begin my presentation. And so, building resilience and agility. Thank you for having me. For the speakers that have been before me, you had an insight to some of my presentation, so I will not belabor too much on it. You have already learned. I just want to put the icing on the cake, even as we do this. Now, we're having a conversation on building resilience and agility to lead in crisis. I'm a leader. I never thought I was a leader until I was in the deep end and I recognized everybody is a leader. Each one of you that is here is a leader. Whether you are a leader at the marketplace, you are a leader at home, you that is online, whatever you do, you are a leader, and what you do, you provide impact and influence, maybe without even your knowledge or understanding. So how can you lead effectively in a changing VUCA world? I want to let you know that you must be very resilient and agile. And as you are resilient, it reminds me of the palm trees. I was in the coast last week. And it always feels nice to walk by the beach. And let me tell you, the wind was coming on hard. And I thought, whoops, I need to get out of here. At least I get a cold. Nobody wants a cold in this season. Now, when you look at a palm tree, it has very deep roots. You will not get to see the roots. But when the storm comes, the tree will be bent all the way to the ground, but it will rise up again, and actually you will never know that it had been down to the ground because of the deep roots that it has. I suggest to each one of you that you need to have deep roots and really be deep-rooted in whatever it is that you do and the situations that you are in when it comes to leadership. All right. Did you know 60% of C-level executives cited that today's leaders should have crisis preparedness? We've heard about that, to ensure an organization's survival of any eventuality, according to Deloitte. All right, and Morris would say that according to a survey, every leader should possess, soft skills. And what we do know today really is while you do have a high IQ and a lot of knowledge, if you lack soft skills, the market is not the place for you. Building resilience. We are in a situation that is being referred to globally as a VUCA world. It's all about volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. I urge you not only to look at the volatile situation, but to look at the vision. Where are we going? Uncertainty, you need to be able to find understanding. At the end of the day, uncertainty will be a part of the portion. I'm not sure where this crisis is going to take us. I'm not sure where my next job is coming from. I'm not sure. But at the end of the day, the one thing you will know, I am not staying in an uncertainty, position, I need to find a level of understanding. Now, when this situation, COVID and beyond, is complex, and I tell you it is complex, and one of the things that was cited by the World Health Organization was that if you think COVID is anything, you wait and see what domestic violence is going to look like. And believe me, it's been another pandemic. People are struggling big time because homes have become unbearable. And so, as a result of the complexity of this matter, it is up to you to take 100% responsibility and seek clarity concerning these matters. As a leader, you need to have a lot of agility. It's not just about ambiguity as the world presents you. It is about agility. Are you an agile leader? Now, in a VUCA world, we need to lead in crisis, and success is our portion, all right? We do know that, don't we? We know that God has a good plan for each one of you, plans to prosper you, plans to give you a future and a hope. Now, we need to understand that things are changing very fast. Artificial intelligence, things that were done by human beings are now not going to be done by human beings. So the workforce is going to continue to reduce, and maybe your job is threatened. During this season, we had over 70% of people in organizations, major organizations, lose their jobs. I thank God for an organization that I serve. Not a single person lost their job. However, the company made quite huge losses. Question is it sustainable? While we care for the people, what happens next? My son is hospitality, he does hospitality, and he had employed over 150 employees in terms of his business. Now, when it hit, he said, as we are biblical entrepreneurs, we are going to stick with our people. We will support them. By the time he hit the ground, several months later, paying salaries, trusting God, it was a mess. He had to shut down. He's just reopened and is actually doing well. God has heard his prayers. Global markets will change, and they will continue to change. We have a multi-generational workforce, and yet you don't know how to work with the millennials, with the Y and Z generation. This is the season. You are saying, okay, they are not reliable, they don't show up, oh, I can't stand them. These baby boomers, they are so fixed on whatever, they have no technology skills. Let me tell you, you don't have technology skills, prepare yourself for fatal death. Am I talking to somebody? Regulations are changing, virtual workplaces. I used to travel far and wide. Even to come here, I had to be reminded. It is actually, you are coming. Because for me, I have the space. I just go online and I connect with the world. I'm in Australia in the morning. I'm in America in the midday. I'm in the UK. I have such a platform. It is shocking. Ask me whether COVID worked for me. I will tell you it worked so well. Where has the crisis been? Are we good? Ask me whether I struggled with it. Yes, I lost loved ones. And it was hard. I have never stayed home as long as I have. Until home, I became a homebody. I don't even want to go anywhere. I'm so comfortable in my space. Now that brings a potential danger. The potential danger is the lack of social engagement, and then you start losing it. Are you losing it? You better not lose it. And so, what are some of the disruptions that we have seen that have affected us? COVID-19, we can give stories and stories about that. I attended online virtual funerals, Bishop. I attended virtual funerals. Do you know what that is? You lose your loved one. They're out of the country. You cannot travel. You lose your loved ones here. I'm of the age bracket that was told, don't even think about it. Stay home. Don't go to church. I got used to virtual church. I love it. I just love virtual church. And I can attend 3 services. All right? Anywhere I want to go, Sunday, I'm in for a treat. So socio-economic and environmental factors. We had increased workloads. People are fired, so you have to do the job of 3 people. All right? Mental health challenges, stress, anxiety, depression, mental health issues, or domestic violence, as I've said. Alcohol intake increased by 25% during the lockdown. Believe it or not, bars are closed. All right? That is what the studies and surveys indicated. People were drinking themselves silly to be able to cope with this. And now the effects of it showed up in the domestic violence. Navigating change is never easy. It's not a walk in the park. When you need to navigate any form of change, it threatens you because we are used to status quo. We love our comfort zone. Now, leadership agility is the ability to anticipate change, be proactive to business decisions and personal decisions, having a deep understanding of markets, of customers, also of your needs, of your wants, of your family's needs, of your family's want, of your community's needs, and so on. You cannot be ignorant of this. And so as we think about change, all right, I've got these 5 A's that I want you to remember. You've got to accept change is here. I've lost my job. I am sick. My family is going through a financial crisis. I am struggling with my relationships. You've got to accept, let go of how good it looked like. This is how it always used to be. This is how we did things. No, you've got to accept we are in a new season, okay? Acknowledge. Look at the silver lining. I have to remind myself each time. In every situation, there is a silver lining. And I have to keep asking myself, what is the silver lining concerning this matter? Unless you see the silver lining, you lose out on the opportunity. And beloved, preparedness begets opportunity. What are you prepared for, even when that opportunity presents itself? You've got to adjust, develop plans to respond faster. Avoid a vacuum and lead with agility. Okay? Don't just sit there, advance. You have to keep moving. Trust your instinct. Keep moving. You can't just sit back and say, no, we've always done it this way. So what do you remember? Accept, acknowledge, adjust, avoid, advance. Advancing is the most important thing. And as you advance, who do you choose to work with? You need an accountability partner. You need a positioner. You need a grounding friend. You need a prayer friend. You need a team. You need cheerleaders even along the journey. All right, so we are being open-minded to leading in crisis. Open-minded to change. Who said change is a bad thing? Change is such a good thing. And you know what? It's so shocking because even when you turn another big O, all right? You're 20 years. I'm so old now. You are 30. Oh my God, I'm 30. What am I going to do? You are 40. Oh my goodness. I know life begins at 40, but there is a scare about living your 30s, all right? And then you get to your 50s. I thought it was over with me. Oh my God, I am 50, half a century. Oh my goodness, what's going to happen? I have to remind myself I'm blessed. I'm in good health. It's a good place to be. I'm in my fiery 50s. Wait until the 60s came. Oh my goodness. Am I going to be as hot and good for my husband? Will I be in the workforce? At 60, they send you home? What's going to happen? Thank God by that time, I was no longer in management level, but board level, where the older you are, the better, because of your vast experience, your networks. And so, ask me, I'll tell you, aging is beautiful. It depends on your mind and how you choose to go about it. All right, so create learning opportunities and stimulate followers to solve problems. Facilitate redefinition of mission and vision, relationships of mutual stimulation and elevation, and be emotionally intelligent. I was only setting the foundation, and now we are getting into the message. Are you ready? Wonderful. Now, we're going to learn about 5 steps to building resilience and agility to lead in a crisis. Very simple. Number 1, define your ikigai. The Japanese call it ikigai, your purpose for being. What's your purpose? Why are you here? What do you want? Who are you? You got to find you. Define your ikigai, your purpose for being. Number 2, demand emotional and mental resilience, because you're not going anywhere without emotional and mental resilience. Number 3, determine your balance. Very important. Number 4, build relationships. And number 5, embrace excellence, no matter what. Embrace excellence. And so, define your ikigai. What's your passion? What's your purpose? What satisfies you? What do you feel good about? Okay? What's your calling? So, what do you do that is so good that people keep affirming you about? Dr. Oginde alluded to this, the importance of vision. From volatility to vision. It's not just about focusing on what's going wrong. And the default mind, the mind has a default mode to pick negative messages. So it will be telling you about what's wrong, how you will fail. It will also be telling you how useless and good for nothing you are. It will be telling you how worthless you are, and the only way to cope is to be able to go against the grain. And so the question is, redefine your vision and purpose. If you have not reinvented yourself every 5 years, that's what I have come to learn. It's about continuous learning, continuous reinvention. If you're so happy and satisfied with your status quo, let me tell you, you're waiting for a fatal death. You will be forgotten, ignored, irrelevant, because you have lost the plot. Question is, what is it that you want? Number 2, demand emotional and mental resilience. Now, according to the World Health Organization, 1 in every 4 people in Kenya today are struggling with mental health. Anxiety, depression, stress, drug and substance abuse, bipolar, personality disorders. Keep hearing my boss is a gaslighter. My wife is a narcissist. People are struggling with these things. And so, according to the World Health Organization, mental health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of infirmity. So what you need to understand is that mental, physical, and social is critical. Those are aspects that you really need to take care of, because how can you manage a crisis when you are emotionally unstable? How can you manage a crisis when you are mentally unstable? And so it's all about checking in with yourself. Am I sleeping well? Do I have insomnia? Am I overreacting to situations? Do I have a grandiosis? Do I feel extremely important and I'm lording over everybody around you? Do I keep my friends or don't I? Normal, abnormal is really a thin line between normal. And who defines what normal is? I guess it begins by you defining it for yourself. At the end of the day, awareness is the heartbeat of therapy. Are you aware about how you show up? Are you aware about your negativity? Did you know that you have two kinds of energy? Anabolic energy, which is positive energy, fueling energy, motivating energy. I see George having that kind of energy. And so leading a team with that kind of energy is very good. You need to ask yourself, what climate, what essence am I radiating as I deal with my team? Or are you the one that has catabolic energy? Just as it sounds, it's carnivorous in nature, biting onto you and eating away your cells and causing you a lot of unnecessary situations. And at the end of the day, catabolic energy causes you high blood pressure, diabetes, stress, anxiety, depression, downhill all the way. Allow me to suggest to you that your attitude determines your altitude. You will go as far as your mind can go. As a man thinketh, I didn't hear you. As a man thinketh, what are the thoughts that you have for yourself? We are so focused about other people's affirmations, what they tell you about yourself. What do you tell you about yourself? Please take just half a minute and tell your neighbor or tell yourself, write it down. What 3 affirmations are you giving yourself? Right now, 3 affirmations are you giving yourself? You can tell your neighbor and have a conversation. If you can do that, it's good. I'm great. I'm beautiful. I'm intelligent. I'm focused. Tell them. All right? Very good. And so as you have your tea break, as you go home, think about it. I want you to write down 10 affirmations about yourself. Why wait to be told by others? And when it doesn't come, then you become dysfunctional. Consider, do you have a fixed mindset or do you have a growth mindset? When you have a fixed mindset, failure is the limit of my abilities. Period. When you have a growth mindset, failure is an opportunity to grow. And so remember, it has to be intentional. You wear it on. You choose it. You determine it. You ensure that for me and my household, we are going to be adapting a growth mindset regardless of the crises and the challenges that come our way. It's not about what happens to you. It's how you choose to view that which happens to you. At the end of the day, God didn't say, I'll give you a life of bliss and no problem. I will be with you every step of the way. I will support you in every step of the way. Now, in terms of going through the journey of the challenges, you need to recognize emotional intelligence. IQ is great. You will go far. But if you have EQ, or IQ as they call it, sometimes you will ensure that, bottom line, you manage everything. According to Goldman, who has done a lot of research and studies about emotional intelligence, the capacity for recognizing your own feelings and those of others, for motivating ourselves and managing emotions well in ourselves and in our relationships is the best gift that you can give to yourself. And really, when you welcome emotional intelligence, it's about becoming excellent where social skills are concerned. It's about self-regulation. It doesn't matter what's going on around. How do you regulate yourself? And how do you pose? How do you reflect? How do you respond? All right? How do you motivate yourself? How do you apply your empathy? Are you self-aware? Do you know who you are? Do you know what makes you tick? Do you know what your triggers are? What causes you to have an amygdala hijack? Simply you are so angry, before you know it, you've lost it. I mean, really, we are Christians, so we say, us, we don't lose it. I lose it. I have to be very, very aware because things are going so fast, and the minute I'm aware of an increased heart rate, pa-pam, 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 and then I feel some water in my belly, and I experience a little perspiring on my face, I know I'm in a danger zone. Now, that's how the body reacts to a threat. When the threat is coming, you do three things. You fight, you take flight, or you freeze. If you don't do any of the three things, then you're not human. Now, what you need to recognize is what are your triggers and how to manage. Let me give you a good tip. If you ever feel that you're getting an amygdala hijack, it's a whole lot of cortisol that comes into your blood vessels, and it fills the amygdala that is under the cortex of your brain, and so you don't reason anymore. It bypasses your reasoning skills. So what basically happens? You take a flight with that situation. Now, the next time you start feeling the signs as I have shared them, count 5. Count with me. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. By the time you count from 5 to 1, they say it takes 6 seconds. 6 seconds, the researchers that have really studied this overreaction. And in 6 seconds, you will do the right thing or the wrong thing. So if you go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, that's going to be really helpful. The next thing you need to do is take 3 deep breathing exercises. You count up to 5 2 times, and the last one, you count up to 10. Try it when you leave here, all right? Now, you've got to detect your emotions. Emotions are data. They give you insight as to how it is that you are feeling. So don't ignore them. They are important. Before I was able to manage my emotions better, I had a lot of mirror conversations. And I found a lot of healing in that. I'm in my bathroom. I'm in my bedroom. If you would have found me there, you wonder, is Jenny okay? I'm having a me time and a conversation with the mirror. I am reasoning with myself. When's the last time you reasoned with yourself? Understanding what are some of those emotions that cause you to fail whatever you want. Number 3, determine your balance. We are all struggling. People say, I have challenges, work, life, love, balance. How do you do that? You've got to be able to know that it's no longer the season of balancing. It is the season of life integration. You cannot say, I have a small baby and you know it's time for work, so here I am. No. You cannot say that I'm beginning my marriage and there you are dumping your husband or your wife because you have the call of duty. Even soldiers were not sent to war for 1 year. You stay home and take care of your wife. There is a time and a season for everything. And so if you don't recognize that, then you fail because you are looking for a fleeting balance. I can tell you it's a fallacy. You will never find a balance. However, you will be able to integrate your work, your love, and your very good. Now, building resilience and agility to lead in a crisis is about employees identify work as a number 1 stressor in their lives. Now, if indeed employees identify work as the number 1 stressor in their lives, we are living in a world where it's all about output. It's all about targets. You cannot be rewarded for nothing. It's not when we clocked in and clocked out, or you leave your coat hanging there. You have got some serious targets to meet. Short of that, you ain't gonna get your bonus, and you could also be fired. Now, that is causing people a lot of stress. If you are not one that believes in working, you just want money, the season is over. It doesn't matter whether you come to work or you don't come to work, the season is over. It's a question of what are you delivering? What is the bottom line at the end of the day? Number 4, it's all about building relationships. Modern leaders use mentoring, connection, and employees recognized to inspire 86% more greater work. Meaning, if you use mentoring, coaching, connection, the productivity increases up to 86% of greater work, studies indicate. What does that mean? It's no longer that hierarchical system of operating. This is the chairman, this is the MD, this is the directors. No, we work as a team. We work as a team. Everybody needs to feel valued for what they bring on the table. If you try that hierarchical kind of leadership, you have lost it, if you have a multi-generational workforce, all right? Now, social skills, empathy. As a leader, if there is only one skill you should desire, it is empathy. Empathy is not about sympathizing. It is about understanding what it means to be in a certain situation, okay? The ability to sense other people's emotions. But before you sense other people's emotions, you sense your own emotions, all right? Are we learning something? Very good. And so, number 5, this is the final one. Embrace excellence to lead in a crisis. And to do that, you've got to remember, from ambiguity to agility. Ambiguity is not my portion. Okay? The core competences for agility is tolerance of ambiguity. If you tolerate ambiguity, you will be lost totally. You've got to say, I need a level of clarity, whatever it is that I want to do. I know what I want. I know where I want to go, with who, and so on. Okay? Embrace your mistakes, understand. We learn from the past, all right? And in the present, we plan for the future, okay? Listening beyond your ego. Ego is big, and it's what causes us. We have seen organizations, their ego. Look at Kodak. They were my husband, I met him when he was a photographer. He just took pictures in a church like this one. He took a picture of me and he said, this is my goal. And from there, we began a journey. 45 years later, here we are. Now, what reminds me about Kodak is him, because those are the products that he had every day. Kodak, 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 Kodak. Now, when the time came and they had studios around the country, the father had so many photo studios. In every county, he had a photo studio. And they were doing very well. By the time I was getting married, our pictures were in the studio. No pictures were good if they were not studio. Now, they never innovated. Today, there exists not a single studio, and COVID died with them. I mean, not COVID, Kodak. One of my first phones was Nokia. Where is Nokia today? Wait until I upgraded to which one? Was I hot or what? Having a BlackBerry. Today it's worth nothing. I think it's completely out of the market. What am I saying? You may be having it all, but you really have to be agile. You need to be sensitive to the times, and you need to recognize that we are evolving on a daily basis, okay? Making a decision without hierarchy. That's why I'm talking about teams. Even at home, it's not about who is the head of the house. It's about together we win, because we are better together. We are aligned together. As we share together, give each other the respect that we deserve, we will achieve bigger, greater goals than you think or even imagine. You need to embrace self-care. You cannot forget about yourself in all this journey. Celebrate your successes. When is the last time you reflected and thought, what have I done? During the COVID, I decided I am actually going to go back to school and I'm going to learn. And so by the time that people were discovering what to do, I had studied so much in different areas of my interests. Strengthen cultural resilience. Today, we are in a global village. So you have to diversify in terms of your networks, in terms of your partners, in terms of your peers. You've got to stretch yourself. Build support networks. All right? Reflection and meditation and prayer counts. Keep a list of gratitude, as we said earlier. Structure your time. Time is the only commodity. When it is lost, you can't get it back. And so do yourself a favor and do that. Now, we were talking about 5 steps of building resilience. Define your ikigai, your purpose for being. Demand emotional and mental resilience. Determine your balance. Build relationships. Embrace excellence. And so with that, I just remind you that agility and resilience is a personal choice. Nobody will make you wear it. Nobody will make you own it. It is a question of owning it 100% and deciding it's not status quo as usual. How comfortable are you in your comfort zone? Maybe you need a bit of a disruption. Every disruption that has come into my life has given me an opportunity for bigger, better, and greater things. Looking back, one wonders, how did you get there, Jenny? It comes with a pinch of pain. And that pain begins to become your motivating factor. You can't do it on your own. You need mentors. You need coaches. You need peers. You need positioners. People that put you in places of authority. All right? Without those people that I have climbed on their shoulders, I wouldn't be here. It takes people who believe in you. I began my journey with a very great pastor that saw a gift in me. And when they saw a gift in me, they spurred me and encouraged me to go for my gifting. It took to meet a man called Barine to be able to say, I like your writing. And today my family, they are all writing books. You will find. You want Money-Wise, How to Create, Grow, and Preserve Wealth? Rena Hicks, you will find her on. You want Finishing Rich? Bob Carina, you will find him there. What? And so many books on my laptop, and they will be there. Because when I don't speak, Barine asks me, okay, Dr. Barine, Dr. Barine, I honor you for the journey that we have traveled. And I cannot forget that when I published my first book, 200 copies, I put them in the basement, and I asked myself, what have I done? And my first book was on marriage built to last. So that means I was exposing myself. You would know the conversations between me and my husband. You would know the fights. You would know everything. I said, no. I'm ready to lose this money. I don't think I'm ready for this. And Barine said to me, no eye has seen, no ear has heard, no mind has conceived what the Lord is about to do in your life. And so the devil is pressing you down so that you can throw it all away. Arise and do what God has called you to do. Let me tell you, are you putting your light under the table because of a crisis that you encountered and you are just enduring it in this crisis? And actually pretending that COVID is the problem, but you know very well it's not COVID. It is something in your life that needs to be dealt with. Arise, put your lamp on the table, be who God called you to be. And with that, that is the end of my presentation. I welcome any questions. Thank you.
What do you say after that? There's nothing I can say, but thank you so much, Jenny, for such passion and for such a powerful message. We really celebrate you. So just before we go on to a break, just to sample a few comments that are coming from our chat. One person says here, I'm not going to say their name, they say, mental health, the most ignored, deadly issue. Plus the pandemic, we lost all our lives. Another one says that, listening here, I can conclude, crises are sometimes Christs. I don't know how to pronounce. Christ with an S at the end there. Yeah. Well, if you come from where I come from, some words are difficult to say. And then it says, one says, following on great stuff, Christ is a way of provoking creativity. Faith over fear is a big lesson for every leader. So we want to just take a 5-minute quick break and then get some water, get a bio break, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. And we are going to end with some sizzling stuff that is coming after the break. God bless you.
Are you a leader looking to develop and accelerate your personal impact? Do you supervise others and are wondering how to bring your team to a place of optimal output? Or maybe you're an organizational leader desiring to enhance your governance and management systems. Then welcome to the Catallead Associates, a leadership consultancy committed to catalyzing leadership and inspiring people for significant impact in every sphere of influence. At the Catallead, we are committed to bridging the gap in leadership and assisting men and women to become high-impact leaders. At the Catallead, we offer 3 very distinct and practical offerings. The first is leadership courses. With over 20 modules of unique and pragmatic content, our flagship series, the High Impact Series, is carefully designed to serve a diverse group of leaders. Whether you are an individual desiring to grow in your leadership, a team leader looking to enhance collaboration, or a senior manager looking to improve your organizational performance, the High Impact Series has been designed with you in mind. Developed locally and contextually appropriate, this series is led by a team of highly skilled professionals with years of experience in senior leadership. Presented as either a short deep dive program, a longer immersive experience, or an executive leadership program, you can find the expression that is just right for you. The second is leadership coaching. The higher leaders go, the harder it is to find trusted people with whom to consult. At the Catallead, we journey with leaders through personal and professional mentorship, coaching, and advisory services, and have developed a series of solutions tailored for individuals, team leaders, and senior managers. Finally, the Catallead offers leadership consulting. Through our consultancy services, we create unique opportunities for in-depth dialogue with management and governance leaders to help them realign their current strategies with their organizational aspirations. At the Catallead, we believe that there is great leadership potential in each of us, and our role is to stir and catalyze that potential. Visit us today at www.thecatalead.com and see what we can do for your leadership.
Yippee! Kamata ploti na 349K. Oh yes, for only 349,000 Kenyan shillings, you become a plot owner at the Great Oasis Gardens, Nanyuki. The Great Oasis Gardens, Nanyuki is located along the Nanyuki-Rumuruti Road, only 11 minutes from the Cedar Mall and right opposite Mount Kenya Wildlife Estate. This is the best place to establish the getaway home that you have always dreamt about. For every 349,000 that you deposit or pay as installment towards any of Optiven's plot of land, you get 10K cash back instantly. Jaza basi twende Nanyuki this Saturday by calling us on 0790 300 300. Bigger is indeed better. Buy a plot of land at the South Lake Villas in Naivasha. This gated community that is right on tarmac comes with water, electricity, stone perimeter fence, maram compacted internal roads. And what's more, residents are already building their homes. For every 349,000 that you deposit or pay as installment towards any of Optiven's plot of land, you get 10K cash back instantly. Kamata ploti na 349K. Call us on 0790 300 300.
Marriage Built to Last is a beautiful book. It has supported very many individuals, very many couples build a lasting marriage, a fruitful marriage, and a marriage that is thriving. This book is straight from my heart. I have shared my own experience of my marriage, the pitfalls of marriage, and how you can thrive despite any challenges that you may encounter. I begin with a big decision. You have found the one whom your soul loves, and what next? And then I progress and talk about successful courtship and managing attitudes and self-esteem, intimacy and the marriage bed. We talk about financial management in marriage. We also talk about managing relationships and significantly the mother-in-law and all the other in-laws. We talk about marriage and friendship. So I just want you to know that when you do sign up, you will be able to use a workbook that I have prepared just for you. And this workbook is based on the Marriage Built to Last, and together they form a great foundation for the couple to be able to do some easy assignments and be able to reflect upon their relationship and make some strong goals about the kind of relationship that they would like to have. When you're in a relationship, the one thing that I discovered, it's not whether or betrayal is coming, and it will happen at some point. And so I wrote another book, Healing Beyond Betrayal. And this book has covered 10 scenarios of couples that have so much desired to share, individuals that have given me permission to share their stories in terms of their betrayals. I've given interventions in how you can be able to go through betrayal and come out strong, alive, kicking and thriving. And finally, we have a journal. And this journal is a complimentary journal to you when you join the class. And so that is it. Welcome to Marriage Built to Last classes. And you can contact us on the numbers below to be able to sign up for a class as soon as possible. God bless you, and looking forward to connecting with you.
Challenged and, I don't know, inspired. I possibly lack the exact words to be able to say what it is. But I'm sure there are thoughts in your mind for both those who are here physically and even online, and just thinking of things that you can do and how you can take this. One of the panelists said he almost thought we should just pause here and edit here. Because it feels like it's just time to go back and sit and say, what did I just hear? And what does that mean for me and my business and my family, and my workplace, my church? And I mean, it's amazing stuff. But I think it would be a disservice if we don't get to unpack what Jenny has said in a couple of minutes and in an interactive way, so that we get to hear very practical wisdom again in form of a panel. Sampling some of our people who are online. One of the people just posted a question and said, where did you get all these people with all this wisdom? I think for me, that in itself is an affirmation of a conversation we had with Dr. Kasambala, who you will get an opportunity to hear tomorrow. And we were saying that as Africans, we have solutions to our problems. But we've never believed in ourselves. We don't believe we are wise enough to actually deal with these issues. And so it is really my great honor and privilege to share in the same panel with two of our guests who will be physically present, and one, I hope the technical team has managed to get him online. Dr. Tim Kirui would have loved to have been here with us physically, but he traveled. But his commitment to this was so much that he said even if he's miles and miles away, he has to be able to just join us in and be able to share in these conversations. Remember, I said this is just but the beginning of the conversation. So the journey to greater conversations about leadership in Africa has started. And we want to believe that this conversation will go on until we find all the solutions to all the problems that we face, whether it's ethical issues that we deal with in our continent, whether it's the politics that we deal with, especially when you're in Kenya and we are talking about elections in the next couple of months. Whatever it is, we have the solution. But have we profiled ourselves as the solution because we believe in God who has a solution to all these issues? But have we profiled ourselves in that way? So we are very happy to have Jenny, who has already been introduced to you. I'm not going to say much about her because we already had her profile. And if I read it again, it might just take the few minutes that we have before we conclude. And I told the same to Simon. I said, I don't want to stand here and read your profile, because if I do, then he may have no chance to tell you a story. But I want just to give you an insight of who Simon is. He's the founder and CEO of NWealth Financial Services. 11 years ago, he started that company with just 300,000 shillings, which was his pension, part pension that he was able to withdraw. Today, the company has a portfolio of about 65 billion shillings in 11 years. I don't need to tell you more. He has a story, he will tell you. If you talk about failure and wanting to go to meet the maker earlier before your time, depression, what Jenny has talked about, Simon is here. He will tell you that story by himself. So I don't need to be the one to tell you the story. And then technical team, I don't know whether Tim is on board. Tim is the Vice Chancellor of International Leadership University, and he's been involved in a lot of capacity building, leadership training, and so Tim joins us in that capacity. So please give your hand to these great people here as I join them. And they say ladies first, but they also say men before. So I think I'll want to start with Simon here. Simon, we're here to talk about hope, agility, and tenacity in leadership, especially in times of crisis. And when we go together listening to you, I was amazed at some of the things that you shared. Like I said, I don't want to take credit for the things that you can say better than myself. So please just introduce yourself and say a little more about yourself and what this N-World is all about and what you're involved in.
Thank you so much for having me. As you've heard, my name is Simon Wafubwa. I am born again, and I love the Lord Jesus Christ as Savior of my life. About 11 years ago, so I began N-Wealth. Our vision is to see that our customers, we secure for them a lifetime of financial well-being and dignity. The business we wanted to start in the house, shared the dream with my wife, and my daughter then was about 5 years. I remember one evening, one of my friends told me, "What do you want to do with yourself?" I told him, "I want to start a business in my second bedroom." And then he told me, you are not wise." He actually was very straight. He said, "You are stupid." So I told myself, if someone tells you you are stupid, you better ask why, because he could be right. So I asked him why. Then he told me, businesses that start in bedrooms, they sleep. After all, I found some form of truth in that. The scripture says, "I will bless your going out. I will bless your coming in." As there has to be some going out and then coming in for the blessing to be. Long story short, with 300,000, as Dr. Barina has mentioned, we are now in 3 countries with a portfolio of about 85B Kenya shillings, with a team of about 60 employees. We're in Kenya, Uganda, and Mauritius. I'm married to one wife, female, and our firstborn is 17 years in grade 11, and our lastborn is 7 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Let's give Simon a hand. You know, Simon says that God will bless your going out and coming in. We'll pick it up from there. What does exactly that mean? Is it just going out and just coming in? Or is there more to the going out that then contributes? Jenny, I know you've shared your story here, but it would be nice just for you to tell us a little bit more about yourself and all these things that you've been able to do. What has kept you doing them? That's a good place for us to get to understand a little bit more about yourself.
Okay. There are many things that can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. There are many things that I could tell you about myself. Maybe so that I encourage someone who's like, what really can I share about myself that would make a difference? That's what I'm asking myself right now. Allow me to let you know that as a young woman, I was married at the age of 19. At the age of 23, I had 3 children. And so I hadn't done what it takes to do concerning school. And that was a big disappointment for my parents. And so when I did get married, the one thing I knew that at some point I have to go back to school and I have to study. And I want to let you know that I had 3 children, 2 of whom were twins. I went back to school, I studied, and I graduated time and time again. I've been working on my PhD for many years, and despite Dr. Barina's push, I got so busy that I've never concluded my PhD, but the work that I have done at a global level beats any PhD. The experience that I have as a result is something that is mind-blowing for me and for my family. But allow me to let you know that I think my superpower is as a result of people that believe in me, beginning with my husband. He has never seen me as a threat. He says, I'm the horse he bets on. You want to get rich? You bet on Jenny, because she's going to take you somewhere. Now, that means I created trust, and I created an environment where it's not about me, it's about us. So when I win, I don't win as Jenny, we win as a family. When I make money, it's not Jenny's money, it's family money. Are we good? And so I would say that I've had many struggles. And initially, my big focus was on marriage. I saw so many difficult marriages, and I was like, oh, I'm done. Help me, somebody. Is marriage worth it? But at the end of the day, God was opening another door. I'm very passionate about marriage, but I have had very big passion in terms of leadership. So God opened big doors for me to serve in great organizations. And I have not just served as even as a board member. I have served several of them as the chairman of the board of directors, the 20-year-old who didn't know anything. So I want to say to you, even you who's online, if you need to up your skills, this is the season. And as I told you earlier, if you don't have digital skills, you are waiting for fatal death. I never had digital skills. I needed to learn. In my days, we used to use the typewriter, and I was damn good at that. But when the computers came, I was afraid. I had to go to the city in a bureau taken by my son to learn in front of all the young people so that at home I'm not learning. So he said, I'll never teach you at home now, Mama. We got to go to the city. You've got to take this seriously. So I learned very early. And so in my school and all the years that I've been learning, people come to me to type their assignments. I've finished mine. Anybody who wants an assignment completed, I type, my speed is very high. So what is your skill? One of the skills people don't know I have ever had is a tailor. My mother taught me how to make clothes. And in my early years, the reason we survived the COVID, the pandemic, the struggles of our lives was because of the multiple income streams I was able to create. I had a job, I had a poultry business, I was a farmer, and I made clothes as a very young woman. Let me tell you, there's no room for just that one thing. Yes, there's that one thing you do, but today we know that anything can happen. So you need a multiple income stream. What else do you want to know about me? I'm damn successful. In every way, I have got not only 3 children that I have raised, but many other that I have also raised that are not my biological children. But today I'm enjoying 9 grandchildren from my 3 children. I'm loving. From the age of 6 to 14 years, I'm a busy grandma. I love that season. Finally, I'm in my sizzling 60s. Am I hot or what? Enjoying my season. So what's your season? Recognize your season, embrace your season, and advance. Don't just sit there. Do something.
You know, listening to you, Jenny, and being very unapologetic, and you said all these things, you're a farmer, you're a tailor, you're a board chair. I almost asked myself, what next, or what's remaining, or what haven't you said? But we'll get there in a moment. We're still trying to see whether we can get Tim, because we want to hear Tim talk to us and tell us something about himself, and just get to hear what he has to say. All right. So, Tim, thank you for joining us all the way. You'll tell us where you're hiding from as we enjoy these great conversations. But it's good to
Oh,
have you
thank you very
on
much.
screen. Just talk
Yeah,
to us, tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're so passionate about leadership, Tim.
thank you. Thank you very much, Marine. Greetings to everyone, and sorry I could not be there in person.
We can see him talking.
Can you hear me?
We can't hear him. One moment, Tim. I think we are getting that sorted out so that we can hear you loud and clear. Loud and clear. Okay? Almost there.
All right.
Okay? Great. Yeah, we have you now. Go ahead, Tim.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, and greetings, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Marina. As you said, I would have loved to be there in person, but I had to travel. But I'm happy that through technology we can be able to reach, to connect. I think I'll give a shorter version of my own story. I'm trained as an engineer, but I had a clarity of calling in terms of purpose, and I knew that I wanted to work with people. So that moved me to begin to work with people initially among students at university. Eventually that grew into now working with leaders in the marketplace, and currently I'm helping to train leaders at the International Leadership University. We are in Kilimani, then in Nairobi, and building a new campus in Kitengela. Also had the privilege of giving leadership to a network of leaders called ELNET, Ethical Leadership Network, that seeks to promote ethics and good leadership. So I guess the passion comes from believing that the missing gap in our continent, on our continent, has to do with leadership. We are a very endowed continent. We have a lot of natural resources, rainfall, weather, minerals, and so on. But unfortunately, in many ways, our continent is also inhabited by some of the world's poorest people. I think that's not right. God did not make a mistake to endow us with so much, and yet we've not been able to turn that around into meaningful existence for our people. I'm married. My wife is Dr. Mary Mwangi. We serve together at International Leadership University. We have two grown daughters. One of them is just about to get into her own home, and the other one is working as well. I think that's about as much I'll say, and currently serving as the Vice Chancellor then at International. I think that's about as much I'll say. I'll stop here for now, and we can get into more discussion.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tim. And I will just follow up with you on this simple question now that you are already connected. With all these things that you are doing, leading, especially the work that you are doing at ALU and the work that you've done with ELNET, and you said as an engineer, we know that engineers are basically taught to work with systems. And then you come to work with people, and people are very difficult. And I always say, if you don't believe people are difficult, when you find Moses, just ask him what happened to him. That people made him not to get to the promised land. So how has it been for you? What has given you hope, even when you're dealing with people and difficult situations? Over to you, Tim.
I think, and this relates to quite a bit of what my two colleagues, especially, what Ms. Karina talked about earlier, that it draws from purpose. So if you believe that you've been called to do the work you are doing, then that, kind of energizes you. In my current responsibility, when I was offered a position, it took me about a month to really sign the dotted line. Because I wanted to be sure that this is what God had called me to do. I didn't just want to do it as a job, I wanted to do it as a calling. And I think that's really important, that you're doing it as a calling from God. Whatever it is that you're doing, whether it's business, whether it's working in the church, whether it is leading an institution or organization, and so on, or even if you're serving, in a day-to-day job. I think that clarity of calling and your purpose, connecting with that is important. That for me is what gives me the motivation. But secondly, also, as I said, I believe in our continent. I believe in the potential of our continent. So I do all I can to try and help release that potential. by raising the kind of leaders who would have integrity as a core to be able to do that. Yeah, so maybe I would say those two.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Tim. And please hang on there. We'll have one or two other questions for you. But Simon, hearing Tim talk about calling to become Vice Chancellor of a university, many of us, we think calling we associated with pastoral ministry. Now you're in business. So are you called into business, or what's your perception about this? Or did you call yourself into business?
I'm not quite sure whether I called myself, but Revelation chapter 5, if you read from around verse 5, we have been redeemed from every tribe, every tongue, every people, every nation, and reconciled to our Father in heaven, and made us priests and kings to reign on earth. We are meant to occupy wherever we are put, not to be occupied. Unfortunately, it's not the common reality. We realize that often I think we are either landlords or often we are more of tenants than landlords, in whichever. And this is actually what occurred to me when I read Rick Warren's book some 20 years back. I read it like 3 times. And then I asked myself, if today God was to demand rent for occupying this real estate called earth for free, what would be my justification? That's the time I came up with my personal vision. I wrote it down, did my SWOTing, and came up with a personal strategic plan. Of course, around the same time when I got married, I told my wife, this is the future, at least stay on a little bit. Things are as tough as now, but you know. And I also told myself, if it doesn't work out, I'll have tried, and she'll have aged. So there will be nowhere to go. So what I want to make a few observations, general, because perhaps I realize we may have a challenge of time. When COVID happened, I think many people filed their dreams. Many people archived their dreams. And many people burned their dreams, never to come back to their life again. But I have come to realize that when you stay loyal to your vision, the vision provides. Let me repeat that. When you remain loyal to your vision, the vision provides. It's in your vision that you have your provision. And therefore, in a volatile VUCA moment, it's so easy to be blurred by the circumstances and the situations that are happening around that you lose track of your loyalty and commitment to the vision. But then how do you remain loyal to the vision? One is to build an ecosystem of trust. That's pillar number 1. The ecosystem of trust, to me, trust is 3 things. It's being good at what you do, competency. I've met so many honestly incompetent Christians, unfortunately. They are honestly incompetent. You won't trust them. 2 is that you need to be a person of credibility, that we can actually see you reliable. And so we can have some future hope in you in the respective. And then 3, character. You can be a competent person, but not a person of good character. But then just having that trust is not enough. You need to communicate it in the ecosystem of resources around. And you've got to be intentional, because visions eat. Visions eat. And they thrive in an ecosystem of the knowledge that you plug those visions in. Then finally, the value of the vision you have lies in the hope you bequeath it. Let me repeat it. The value of the vision that you have lies in the hope you bequeath it. I can use an analogy. The value of a car is perhaps not so much of the body or the fuel in it. It's in the air pressure in the tires. It's in its ability to be on the road and move, because that's how value is. Isn't it? So if no matter the type or how new the car could be, but it has no air no pressure in the tires, it can't move. So many people lost hope during COVID-19. And as a result, their value of their future value of their visions sort of was cut off. But we gained trust in the book of Ezekiel 37. And they say, verse 11, their hope is cut off. They are like buried. But God's word is saying, I am going to raise you from your graves again. You will live again. I finish with this scripture. 1 Peter chapter 5, verse 10. After you have suffered a little while, which means it's not for forever, the God of all grace will himself, not your governor or MCA, himself, come, restore you, strengthen you, and establish you. And I realize that that's the hope we have, is a living hope. We need that.
Thank you, Simon. I don't know what to say. Let's give him a hand for those insights of wisdom. So Simon sold a vision of future to his prospective wife. And she stayed on. As a leader, Jenny, I'm wondering, how do you sell hope to the people that you are leading so that they can stay on?
And they are hopeless.
It's not always easy, but the one thing I have come to recognize, people don't follow vision. People don't understand about the mission statement. People follow leaders. So if you want people to follow you as a leader, then you have to be one that is authentic, you're genuine as a leader. You have to be one that has the credibility that, affirms whatever they need to follow you about, that they will not be lost. And there needs to be a very high level of consistency. You're not hot today and cold tomorrow. When you are committed to your cause, it doesn't matter what happens. You are committed in plenty and in little, and you want to go that journey. And finally, if people are to follow you, you really have to be very clear about where you are taking them. And so again, even as has been emphasized, vision matters. What has kept me going, Dr. Barine, all this time? My favorite verse is Jeremiah 29:11. For I know the plans I have for you, says the Lord, plans for good and not for evil, to give you a future and a hope. And every year I sit and have a conversation, I retreat with myself, and I look at how that year has been and what I want to see differently. Number two, in terms of my leadership abilities, it didn't just happen. I had role models that I admired. Some I never sat with. Many I ate and drank with. And they understood what it is that I am looking for. And so we had conversations as to, if this is what you want, these are the skill sets you need, these are the people you need to engage with, and so networks. Your networks are your net worth at the end of the day. Who are you hanging around? If I could go back to hang around with the people that I used to be in those old days, I'd be nowhere. You've got to sometimes leave them behind as you pursue your life purpose. And when you get there, pull them. Those that are willing to be pulled will be pulled. Those that want to drag behind, just leave them there and keep moving no matter what.
Thank you, Jenny. One of the things that, please go ahead and appreciate Jenny for those words, vision, purpose, and just being clear of where you're going and not allowing people to drag you behind because you know very clearly where you're headed and some of them become actually baggage in a sense, which you've got to let go. And hoping that team is online, and I still want to bring this to a close in a very few moments. Team as one involved in training leaders across the continent. Africa has been labeled as a continent without hope. And from Times, Times Magazine, Newsweek, we have seen all those very big headlines about Africa being a hopeless continent in many ways. And yet, when we look at Napoleon, he said that a leader is a dealer in hope. So team, how do we bring in the message of hope as African Christian leaders to the continent to say that there is hope? What can we do and how can we do this? Because we need that message of hope across the continent. Tim, if you can hear us.
Yes, thank you very much. It is true. We must maintain hope. I think one of the reasons, of course, for me, which is core, is that we know the end story, God's picture of the end, of not only Africa, but the world, in terms of what he is doing now. So we are able to keep a focus on the end product of what will be. But secondly, also, is to look at our strengths as a continent. I think a lot of, especially the writings and reflections, the media, focuses a lot on the negativity, on what is negative about Africa. But there are many positives about Africa. Whether it's quality of relationships, the fact that many of us live and work in community, the care for one another, that we support one another, but also our spirituality. In the area of leadership, as you may know, one of the new, it's actually called a discovery, but of course we know that from a scriptural point of view, it's God's truth from the beginning, is that spirituality is one spirituality or spiritual awareness is actually one of the key factors that they depict or determine one's effectiveness in leadership. So if we can turn our spirituality, and again, it has to be, not only just spirituality by way of mention, but by living, not just by our words, then that is a big resource for many of us, because many of us, have to trust God on a daily basis for many things. So many people, of course, are sensitive to spiritual things and spiritual reality. When you think about even like when you're talking about dealing with things like change and, with COVID and all that has happened, think about things like just, God giving you the ability, the discernment to know what to do at what point. I can give maybe one or two quick illustrations. At the International Leadership in University, just about the end of 2019, coming up to the beginning of 2020, I felt led to appeal to grow our adjunct faculty kind of capacity. I knew that this was important for any institution, and as I came in, I found that we were not as strong as I thought we could be, especially people who had also industry experience, but also could bring in the academic side. So I appealed to my network. I've been in ministry for a long time, and I have developed many people by the grace of God. So that December, I told people, we may not be able to pay you as it is because of where we are at, but we'll not take advantage of you. We'll give you an opportunity to teach students, but at the same time, we'll also equip you on how to integrate your faith into your subject matter so that you know now how to teach from a Christian perspective in your subject matter. About 70 people showed interest. I was actually surprised myself. And the beginning of 2020, we were able to give an orientation seminar to these people, to be our adjunct faculty. So by the time COVID hit in March 2020, we already have this large team of people who could support our learning. Many of them are willing to do it, as I said, for free. I could give you one or two other illustrations, but just the fact that our spiritual senses, that ability to listen to God, to hear his voice, to know how he leads us, I think that for me gives hope. And I believe that if the continent continues to stay on course in terms of our walk with God and integrity, then I have a lot of hope in the future of Africa. The truth is that the world out there is declining. The older economies are declining and so on. So it's important for Africa to keep its focus. Thank you.
As I bring this to a close, I'll start with you, Simon. Tim has posed on a very good point, a lot of hope. You mentioned that already Annual is in Kenya, in Mauritius, in Uganda. That means you've interacted with those nations, the people there. What do you see as the greatest hope for Africa moving forward?
What I would say is that resources have never been scarce, only resourceful minds are.
I wish you could repeat that again.
Yeah.
Because we are convinced that we don't have resources in Africa.
No, resources is so plenty. Resources have never been scarce, only resourceful minds are. And unfortunately, it's how we were taught and discipled, with a scarcity mindset. And that got ingrained into our mindset, because we kept hearing it. Faith comes by hearing and hearing and hearing. Hakuna pesa, hakuna pesa. So it got into us. But when you look around, just for the last 3 years, the amount of venture capitalists and private equity funds that have flown into Africa, it's mind-boggling. They are seeing something that we are not seeing. That's my observation, number one. Number two is that faith without works is dead. So we probably need to go deeper and define what is this hope we are selling, because there could be two. One that is a living hope and another one that is a dead hope. Living hope, to me, is the one that merits credibility, that you can actually pin down actions that are creating value in our community and inspiring hope. But beyond that, I think we also need to communicate. I think I just need to reach some cap there, the opportunity of communicating our vision. In there, we have 3 opportunities. We will earn conviction. Convictions will translate to commitment. Commitment will translate to consistency. And finally, if Africa is going to allow other people to write our story, they will write it guided by their own persuasions, by their own biases, understanding, and it will never be positive. I think a time has come that we rise, take the stage, write our own story for others to read. And how are we doing it? I keep on getting, when you are in the kind of space we are in, you get offers from Europe, can we buy your business? I'm like, who told you that it's always Africans to grow business to be bought by Europe? I get annoyed and say, we are rising. We can do all things through Christ who gives us strength. How about we also grow and buy some businesses? Hallelujah. In Europe. I'm so inspired of the story of Benaiah. And thank you, Kingston, for having bought for me just a lion. We are going to have lion chasers. Benaiah goes for the lion in a snowy pit, kills it, and gets into the CV. I think his LinkedIn profile is updated, that he killed a lion in a snowy pit. So David is Googling who can be part of my military, mighty men. And he checks out Benaiah's profile on LinkedIn, pops up. And he's picked because he chose to write his story. This is a season for Africa.
I feel like I need to read the Bible version according to Simon, because he seems to have a different version than the ones I know. But thank you for helping us that. Jenny, Simon talks about dead hope. Those 2 words don't seem to agree in my mind. I'm struggling. Please help me as we think about Africa and dead hope. How can we ignite the living hope in Africa, even as we bring this to a close?
It was an interesting analogy there, but in terms of the living hope, I would say there's so much hope for Africa. Africa is arising. We all know that everybody loves Africa. Even when they come, they never want to go back. Africa has all the minerals. We don't know how to produce them. They buy them, we buy them back with a very, expensive prices. All right, Africa produces all the labor force. Because we are here, we don't have opportunities around us. When I look at all that, the one thing that comes to my mind is that if we have better governance, we will be able to retain our people, as opposed to them going to be slaves in those countries and serving others in ways that you really should not be doing. We know the exodus of Saudi Arabia, and we have seen these things in the press, and the frustration that our people go through. Is it that there are no jobs? Jobs are created. Are you creating a job? I came from the mindset of the white-collar job, but the one thing I realized is that each one of us has the potential of being an employer. Is there hope? Of course there is hope. If we can look at Africa, we can look at Kenya, we can look at Buy Africa, Build Africa, and we march towards that, we will not be able to be spending our dollars and our, our foreign currency on things that we do not need. We will invest here. My husband is an investment banker, and let me tell you, pension funds all over the world, they are investing big time in Kenya. Why? Our interest rates are really very, very good. And then as we are thinking about foreign offshore investments, we've lost it totally. We are always thinking about buying foreign things because they are better than local. I think we just need to have a transformation. One of the things that I have been saying to myself, Dr. Barino, I think I want to do African. I am inspired by Martha Karua about wearing even African clothes and forgetting about, importation, all right? What am I saying? It begins with each one of us. That scarcity mindset is your mind, your attitude will determine your altitude. As a man thinketh, so is he. So at the end of the day, are you a small mind? Are you a growing mind? What is it? There is hope for Africa. Choose to be one to be counted, to have made a difference by hiring not only yourself, but another 10 people in your business. Did you hear that story? From the room, the bedroom. So we wait to start big things. It begins with the small things that we begin, all right? I think hope is a matter of faith. You wake up every day and you can be able to see the light because you know at the end of the day, I will make a difference for my home, for my community, for my country, and then Africa benefits as a result. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jenny. And I just want to give the very last word to Tim, and I hope you're still there. Jenny has talked about better governance. How can we, especially as African Christian leaders, what's our space? How can we influence that space so that we have better governance, so that we don't export this labor and all these guys who are suffering out there? All these employers have good space created for them because we have good governance, so that we can expand and grow their many businesses and then employ more people. What can Christian leaders do? Tim, are you there? Please wrap it up for us and tell us, what do we need to do from here?
Thank you.
How do we need to change and influence Africa?
Yeah. Thank you very much. My appeal to us is to engage in that space. I think it's one of the spaces that we have left, unfortunately, for the worst among us in terms of values to get into that space. So, unfortunately, so you find that when they draw out a list on people whose lifestyles are considered maybe to be likely to be corrupt, you can see it possibly would be almost all of many of those who have presented themselves, which because good people have stayed away. So I think that statement that, evil thrives because good people do nothing, let's engage. Maybe a quick place is to think about just get involved in vetting your next MCA candidate for a start. Don't vote in, somebody you don't even know. You can't gamble your future. I know, and the same thing would be told about your MCA, your MP, your governor, the president. Let's not gamble the future. Let's engage. Let's see these people through a value system. Of course, for us, a biblical value system. Are these people who are able to hear God? Do they fear God? Are they able to get God's bidding? Because to transform Kenya is not easy. It will take God's hand. Are they able to? Do they fear God? Are they willing to listen to God, or are they just going there in human strength? Because that will not take us anywhere, and so on. So let's engage. Let's look for people. There are no angels there, yes, but let's get the best among them and give them our support, our vote, and then hold them to account after the elections. Can you imagine just if there was just one righteous person, somebody who is not willing to be corrupted on a CDF committee? What would that do for the CDF in that constituency? On the county governance, in terms of maybe as an MCA who is not going to let things, go the wrong way, that county would thrive. So the solution is with us. We need to engage, and with God's help, we will make a difference. Thank you, and blessings.
Tim, I can see Simon is telling me that he has one last thing from this version of his Bible. Please, as you bring this to a close.
I just needed to mention that, just to add on to what Dr. Kiruhi has said, we cannot afford to outsource hope. We shouldn't. We shouldn't live in a world that we think that one day it will get better, because that day may never be. And so, seize the moment now with the resources, opportunities that we have. Do what you can in the moment you have. And finally, for anyone who feels like COVID has beaten me, I'm down, I don't know whether I will ever rise up, the scripture says there is hope in the land of the living. There is hope, even a live dog is better than a dead lion. So don't lose hope.
Thank you. Maybe I could sum it up by saying one of the critical units is the family unit. You want to have hope and succeed as a people, it begins in the family unit. And I must confess that we are struggling, Dr. Barine, where the family is concerned. Sure. Yeah. So when the families, they are destroyed. Now, what basically happens is that family is destroyed, a church is broken, a community is broken. So how are we going to build our country, our Africa, if our families are dysfunctional? How are we going to build our Africa if women are choosing to have our children without marriage? How are we going to build our Africa if a man and woman cannot agree on a simple matter of raising a healthy family? How are we going to raise a hope in Africa if we are killing ourselves through drugs and alcohol? How are we going to raise Kenya and Africa at that if we have no vision? Our people perish for lack of knowledge, for lack of vision. I pray that we can be alert, alive, awake, and enthusiastic in everything that we do, because hope has been given to us freely. And so, seize the day and become who God had called you to be.
Amen. That's a good place to stop. And let's just give a warm appreciation to our panelists, Jenny and Simon and Tim, who has been able to join us online. And just to tell you, just in case you need to learn more from Simon and his story, go to our YouTube channel. We have an old clip and tell you about how he had no hope and he wanted to take his life. And how just inflation saved his life, just because whatever he was going to buy to end his life had gone up by 50 cents and he didn't have 50 cents. Go follow that story and you'll be able to understand. Thank you so much for listening to us.
Thank you so much, Dr. Barine, Jenny and Simon for such a profound panel we've had. And so this is just day one. Tomorrow we meet again. And just in summary, today we've had a lot from Leading in Crisis from Dr. David Oginde. We've had a panel with George Washuri and Bishop himself. Then Jenny brought in really some very insightful thoughts on just how we can lead and have agility in crisis. And then finally, we've had the panel on hope, agility, tenacity in leadership. And thank you, Dr. Kiruhi, for connecting with us even from out there. And so, as Simon said, hope is a matter of faith. You know, you sit on that chair because you hope it will hold you, because you have faith that the chair is strong enough, but nobody told you it is. And so we must engage, we must have conversations, we must learn, we must unlearn, and make sure that we sharpen our axes. In fact, one mentor of mine told me, learn this thing. Spend 80% of your time sharpening the axe and use 20% to cut the tree. But many of us, we spend 80% cutting the tree and 20% trying to sharpen it in between cutting the tree. And no wonder we have no effect. And so we pray that you join us. We know this was a beginning, the first one of its kind, and we thank God for the many that have joined online, and we continue to engage. We have a refreshment right at the end of this, and we want you to please grab that refreshment. It was for you. And don't run away, network with somebody, get to know somebody new, connect with somebody. You know, my friend George always says, networking is net worth. You know, if you want to know how wealthy you are, check your network. If your network is weak, then you're just as poor as that network. And so we pray that you will begin to build that. And then as we finish, I want to call up Bishop Edith Karuga to come and make a prayer of thanksgiving, pray for our evening as you go home, and God take you safely. Tomorrow we meet again at 4 p.m., and we have great speakers who are here, sizzling, packed, power-packed. We have Dr. Amon Kasambala all the way from South Africa, who is here, who is ready to unpack some heavy stuff. Please come and listen to this man. I've known him for a long time. He hits hard, but he hits with power. So better come and listen. Then we have Tom Rayner will be joining us from the US, Dr. Florence Mwindi, Rina Hicks, and just conversations that we are going to have. And so we thank you so much for spending time. Thank you so much, our great panelists and speakers. God bless you for the input. I mean, we can't thank you enough. We know that the Lord, good Lord, will bless every effort and everything that you have done to impact many who we may never even see or never say anything. But leave us a comment, give us a suggestion, tell us something that you have learned so that we can sharpen ourselves as we go. Welcome, Bishop, as you pray for us.
Thank you, Kingston. Wow. What I have received today, I will carry with me until the end of time, and I really appreciate what I've learned today. The moment we give our lives to Christ and we get saved, we receive the 7 spirits of God. And one of them is knowledge, another is power, another is wisdom. We've received wisdom, knowledge, power today, and we thank the Lord. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, thank you for giving us this opportunity to receive, to hear from people who are wise. You're the one who gives wisdom. You have given wisdom to these leaders, and we thank you. We have received much more than we expected. We've received power, knowledge, wisdom, understanding, and we thank the Lord. Bless the speakers today. increase them in knowledge. And everybody who is here today, increase them in knowledge, understanding, in strength, and in power. We thank you, Lord, for everybody represented here. All glory and honor is unto you. May we take what we have learned and may it grow in us. Let it be a seed that will find fertile ground in our hearts and in our minds, that it may grow and produce fruit. We thank you for the evening ahead. We thank you, Lord, as we go home, cover us and protect us with the precious blood of Jesus. We bless your mighty name, your exalted most high God. We pray this in Jesus' mighty name. Amen.